great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening and or good morning wherever you may be across this great land of ours, from the island of Guam commercially. Good morning on the Rock, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. I would like to welcome in the first hour of the show now, first time tonight, WABC Radio in New York. Thank you, Phil Boyce. I grew up with WABC. I nursed with WABC, and I rocked and I rolled with WABC, so it's great to be on there. Also, WBHP in Decatur, Alabama. WBHP. They're 1230 on the dial in Decatur, Alabama. Glad to have you on board. In addition, WHOS in Huntsville, Alabama. 800 on the dial. Huntsville, Alabama. All right, welcome. As the network continues to rocket toward 500 affiliates nationwide. Now remember, everybody, we are sending pre-feeds now. The show actually begins. We begin feeding on the network at 7 o'clock in the evening, Pacific time, 10 o'clock back east. So if your radio station should so desire, there are 3 hours prior to the beginning of the live show each night available, which happen to be the last hours of the previous night. Kind of a good service to listeners, if you're able to do it out there. All right, I have so much for you tonight. Right now, let us begin this way. As you know, I'm a ham operator, and so I watch the sun very carefully, and there has been a gigantic event on the sun. We have, when things are lowly in the sun cycle, B flares, sometimes C flares. We have M flares, which cause disruption to radio, depending on the class of the M flare. Then we have X flares, which are really big, and they produce disruption. They produce aurora, sometimes the way we had last week. Boy, that was incredible, red skies. And then there's this scale that's above an X flare. So each one of these scales is graduated. And then above the X flare, there is another scale on the X-ray flux scale, and they don't even give it a name. Earlier today, at about 4:30, a friend called and said, "Hey, guess what? We just had a mega flare." And I said, "What?" He said, "A mega flare." And I checked it out immediately, and oh my God, it was a mega flare. That's the scale above an X flare. It's called a mega flare. I've never seen one, but they have happened. So I immediately got on the phone and began calling about trying to figure out what the heck was going on and whether we were in the line. That is to say, whether it was pointed at us. Well, I found Bill Marquette, talking about Wilson National Solar Observatory, and I found Bill Marquette, who is the guy at the telescope. He is site director and chief observer at Big Bear Solar Observatory. And here he is, and we'll talk to him about exactly what happened today. Bill, welcome to the program.
Oh, glad to be here. Thank you.
So you are the guy at the telescope, huh?
Well, I've been in the business for 33 years, and basically as a solar observer. And one of my duties is to look at the sun and keep track of things.
Actually, that's not such a bad job, huh?
That is a wonderful job. I look forward to it. I've worked. It's been an exciting last 8 days. I've worked every day in the last 8 days looking at this giant sunspot group.
All right, this would be what they call, I think, 9393, which is the one that everybody was squawking that if you did it the right way and didn't go blind, you could look at it, using a pin in a box or something or another, and you could actually it's so big you could actually see it with the naked eye.
Right. It was at its maximum development on March 29th, and at that time it was 14 times the area of the Earth. So that's pretty big. And that's the fun thing about this job, is that just about everything I look at is bigger than the Earth. And I keep, even though I've been here for a long time, I keep thinking about that.
That doesn't do a lot for Earth-man egos.
No, it sure doesn't.
Everything you look at is bigger than the Earth.
Just about everything, that's right.
All right. Well, we had, of course, on Friday, an incredible display of aurora that came from a lesser event than apparently has just occurred this afternoon. It was amazing. We had blood red skies here in the desert. In fact, do you know how far? I had emails from people who said they saw it in Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Mexico.
That's incredible.
Mexico.
Absolutely incredible. And the other thing was, and maybe you can explain this to me just before we get on to the news, somehow I got a lot of emails from people in Canada who said that they saw it, but guess what? They were looking south to see it.
Yeah, well, those particles come in, and they're slightly unpredictable as to where they'll be the strongest. And we, Southern California, for example, where I'm located, just happen to be a really good place to look at it.
So I guess this one must have come in at a latitude that was a little lower than usual.
Right. They differ, but it's very, very rare, and we'll probably never see it again.
In our lifetimes?
Right.
Well, that came
depending on how old you are.
Yeah, yes. I expect it to be perhaps my last, although you never know. After all, this spot, this 9393, is now going around sun, right? So in 30 days, potentially, it'll come back around.
Yeah, most likely it'll come back much decayed. That's usually the pattern. These things usually use up their energy, and the evolution is such that it'll be much weaker. Although sometimes we have things called favored longitudes, and that's where there'll be a brand new eruption of magnetic flux coming up very near to this one. So it may not be 9393, but it may be related to 9393 in some way.
Indeed. There's quite a few up there right now, actually, aren't there?
Yeah, this is a little bit surprising to some of us, the way this region developed and has this tremendous sunspot area.
Well, I had heard from various sources that we were past the peak of the sun cycle.
That's exactly right. And now if you look at from places that measure very accurately total sunspot area, right now it's at a higher level than when it was at solar maximum, this little spike, due to 9393 plus a bunch of other spots, more minor.
Could they be wrong about the peak, Bill?
Well, probably not. It's common for the descending branch of a solar cycle to have these last big shots. And most often these, on the descending branch, when we're going down towards minimum again, are the stronger have stronger terrestrial effects.
Well, how strong was the one today?
Today, what you were talking about, mega flare and the GOES X-ray flux scale. Actually, what happened is that the scale saturated at about X17 or so, and the people in Space Weather Operations in Boulder, Colorado, are probably going to come out tomorrow and say that this could be an X22 or X21, and that would make it the largest flare since we've been ranking these things. There was an X20 on back in August '89.
And this could go as high as an X20.
Well, it's possible that when they figure out the beyond the saturation point, that it may be an X20 to 22. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out tomorrow morning on that.
So that would be the biggest one in modern...
that I've ever seen in my career, in over 30 years.
Were they even accurately observing and recording... They weren't. They couldn't have been 100 years ago.
No, this would be the biggest since they've been recording flares in this manner.
The biggest ever recorded then.
Yeah, in an X-ray classification. Yeah.
Wow. Now there's good news and bad news. The good news is that you were telling me that because it had rotated almost over to the edge, it's probably not headed toward Earth. That's
correct. That's it. As far as we can tell right now, the terrestrial effects of this flare will be minor. And the one on the 29th, that was, I believe, an X1.7.
Right.
But it was in a very favored position.
So if this one had occurred, a week ago or a few days ago.
Well, let's say a couple days ago.
A couple days ago. What would have happened? Would we have lost satellites?
Well, that's, you never can tell. It's speculation. But I would. That's a good possibility that satellites could be disrupted. They could be lost temporarily, and in some cases damaged by a flare like this.
So by a few days of rotation, we missed it. But just a few days ago, it really would have been a whopper here on Earth.
Well, it certainly looks that way. You never know. The nature is funny, but there's no doubt that it would have been much more severe.
Is there any chance of even minor effects from it?
Yeah, there's probably going to be minor effects from this flare because it was so large, and we are probably on the edge of the coronal mass ejection.
Uh-huh.
But looking at the images earlier today, you could a beautiful coronal mass ejection, and it was directed off to the west. Sort of like a garden hose. I mean, it's a pretty narrow deal, and a garden hose spraying out. And if the Earth is just in that path, and if everything is set up right, then you could have some major problems on Earth.
It would have been, I suppose, in one way interesting, but I'm sitting here saying, thank God, I depend heavily on satellites for everything I do. And I was imagining earlier today the worst and, wondering if I'd be on the air.
Oh, yeah, well, nowadays we're pretty much on top of these things. And satellites can be somewhat safeguarded from events like this.
How does the one that produced the amazing auroral display Friday, how much, is there a way to describe how much bigger the flare we had today is than that one? In other words, with the Richter scale in earthquakes, we know we go by a magnitude of 10. When you look at this GOES X-ray scale, is it a linear progression, or does it increase exponentially?
Right, second.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Really?
So it'd be many times greater.
Wow.
But, the interplanetary medium is so complicated that you don't know. We've had a lot of big flares, and we haven't had that many problems on Earth. And these are quite rare. Problems on Earth from large flares are quite rare.
Right. This would have been very
The last time that we had big problems was in 1989 from solar flares.
Yes, I remember that very well indeed. I worked for a 50,000-watt radio station, and I did the all-night talk show, and we depended heavily, of course, on out-of-state callers. And it got so bad in '89, Bill, that I didn't have any out-of-state callers because nobody could hear me out of state.
Oh yeah, I mean that was a famous solar storm.
Yes, it was horrendous. All right, well, listen, I really want to thank you for appearing tonight and telling us about this, and particularly the part about it missing us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, and it was a pleasure.
Okay, good night. That's Bill Marquette. Thought you might just want to know, at the site director and chief observer at Big Bear Solar Observatory. It was a monster we had today. If you want to know more about it, go to my website under What's New, and then under Bill Marquette's name, you will see a picture of what a CME, it's from NASA, of what a CME would look like if it were headed directly at the Earth, of this magnitude, a mega flare, CME. Take a look at that. You'll see the little Earth there, you'll see the big sun, you'll see the flare. And that is to scale. Just go to my website, go to tonight's guest, and look under the name Bill Marquette. I think you'll get an idea of the scale of the thing. So the X-ray scale, then, is just like the Richter scale, and the increase is exponential. So imagine the amount of energy that just ripped out of the sun today. Amazing. At the top of the hour, Dr. Nick Begich is going to be here, and we're going to be talking about things electromagnetic. We're going to be talking about HARP. Oh, and they've been up again, transmitting again. HARP has, or what passes for a HARP, it operates on their frequency, and boy, is it loud. Oh, my God, is it loud. It's loudest in Hawaii and Alaska, and they've been coming up on 3.39 and other frequencies. And so if you've wanted to know what HARP is, you're about to find out. we're going to talk about other electromagnetic weapons. As a recent electromagnetic victim, I'm very interested in all of this. So Nick Begich is the guy. He'll be here next hour. Meanwhile, in the news, which is never good, is not good tonight. As you know, a spy plane, one of ours, is now in the possession of the Chinese. We say it was over international airspace. They say not, of course. I figure, personally, either one could be true. Don't you? The Chinese have gone aboard, taken the crew off. They don't know where the pilot is. I heard something about his being missing, but the 24 crew, they've got them. We haven't seen them yet. We've been making demands to see them. They had to, it was an emergency landing after a collision with a Chinese fighter. So, you know, it's a pretty serious item. The president has been making some pretty loud noises, but with regard to China, that's, I think, about all we can do. There's not going to be any Entebbe-type rescue mission, you can be sure of that. You know, unless, the only way I could think we might do something like that would be if indeed we were truly righteous and our plane was not really over their airspace. Now, who do I believe? Do I believe the U.S. or do I believe the Chinese? Mostly I don't believe either one of them. I think either one could be true. And I'm sure they will give our major asset back to us, the airplane, after they're sure that the roll of film and the schematics are all in place and they know all they want to know. We would do, I'm sure, exactly the same thing if we had a Chinese spy plane that we brought down, or a Russian spy plane. You remember the U-2 that went down in Russia. Well, you know, you can always be sure they're going to find out everything they can before returning our asset to us. It's kind of a Red October in reverse. Last word they had from the crew was that Chinese soldiers were boarding the aircraft. It landed at Hainan Island in China. Every bit of state-of-the-art electronic eavesdropping equipment and secret stuff aboard that plane, and the Chinese, you just know they're pouring over it right now. It supposedly is an EP-3E Ares 2, part of the World Watchers out of Whidbey Island Naval Air Station, Washington, and Kadena Air Base, Okinawa. Gosh, I spent a lot of time at Kadena. Anyway, I've got an awful lot more news for you. I don't think the U.S. is going to take any sort of precipitous military action. You never know. We might. It'll be interesting to watch President Bush and see what he does about this. If we were really righteous, he might be tempted to do something. If we really were over their airspace, then what we have to do is bluster real hard and get them to give back the airplane. But boy, you know they're pouring over it. And you know if we had one of theirs, we'd be pouring over it too. Probably putting it through some long quarantine, making sure that their soldiers were okay and that the airplane was safe. Whatever excuse you would have while you send in the merry band of schematic copiers. I suppose the crew would have had some opportunity to destroy the most secret of things, hopefully, before they were forced down. You would imagine there would be that scenario, right? And there would be a certain number of things that you would absolutely destroy before allowing it to fall into anybody's hands. Certainly hope so. So that's the mainstream news that's going on right now. Pretty serious stuff. I've got more news for you. News you will not hear elsewhere coming up in a moment. News you may not want to hear. Nevertheless, real stuff. I'm Art Bell. Let me give you just a little bit of an idea of what's coming up in the first part of this month, all right? Tomorrow night, Dr. Gilbert Lavoie, MD, and I'm sure I'm slaughtering his name, He's a medical doctor and internist, and he has been for years now researching the shroud of Jesus Christ, the Shroud of Turin. I say Jesus Christ because he says he can prove that, in fact, that shroud was from Jesus Christ. That should be interesting tomorrow night. That'll be very interesting. The following night, Heaven in a Chip. Imagine achieving digital immortality in a computer chip. Well, we'll be talking about that with Bart Costco on Wednesday nights. So we've got, we've got all kinds of things coming up. After Bart Costco, Albert Taylor. We're going to be talking to him a little bit about the shadow people, because I don't know what else to do about that. We'll talk more about the shadow people here in a moment. Albert Taylor, followed by on Friday. Well, that's who said shot across the bow. Was Ed Dames, wasn't it? Major Ed Dames will be here Friday. Yes, I knew, of course. I just wanted to get you shouting at the radio. Monday next is Philip Hoag, No Such Thing as Doomsday. But the issues he discusses are kind of doomsday-ish, mad cow disease, anthrax, earth changes, that sort of thing. Then on Tuesday of the following week, we're going to have a guest who wrote Deathbed Visions, and Dr. Carla Wills Brandon is going to be our guest, talking about deathbed visions and people who have actually felt the spirit of a person leaving the body at the moment of death. Deathbed visions. We haven't talked a lot about that, but we're going to. So she'll be our guest. Then Friday the 13th, we're going to have Ghost to Ghost. It just seemed Friday the 13th seems like the day to do Ghost to Ghost. What do you think? Monday, the following, we're going to have Harold Ort from Popular Communications here. You know me, I love talking about radio. The next night, we're going to, Tuesday, that would be what, April the 17th, we're going to have Gordon Michael Scallion here. Talked to Gordon earlier today. He said, yep, guess it's about time I come back on. I said, yes, I guess it is. So Gordon will be here. The following night, Wednesday, Professor John Mack will be here, and he might also have something to say about the shadow people. The following night, Thursday, April the 19th, we're going to have Dannion Brinkley. Dannion Brinkley will be back. As a matter of fact, Dannion Brinkley came to see me today. Just as I was hearing about this mega flare, knock, knock, knock on the door, and there's Dannion, so he'll be here. Anyway, that gives you a bit of an idea of what... Now listen, I've got some stuff I've got to get to you. From Chico, California, Associated Press, Dayline, April 2nd, 2 of 3 cloned heifers at the California State University Chico farm have died, and a third may be in trouble now. 1 of the 3 calves died at the farm last week. Another died over the weekend at the University of California, Davis, which has also participated in the cloning experiment. The 3 heifers were born March 9th to 2 surrogate cows. A total of 28 cloned embryos were implanted into 14 surrogate Hereford cows. The 3 calves were the only ones to survive. So, we're a cloning, but it's not a working out too well yet. Meanwhile, people are testifying in front of Congress about cloning a human being, and I don't think so. I wonder if the government is going to step in. I wonder if they should. I'm not a big fan of government stepping in, but this cloning thing with regard to humans is about to happen, and obviously it's not working out too well yet with animals, so we might not be real happy that we did that. Pigs are dying. Pigs are dying. Headline says, ABC News says, forget about the current media spotlight on mad cow and foot and mouth disease for the moment. Our discovery today is about a disease in pigs that in many ways is like AIDS. This may be one you haven't heard about, huh? The reproductive and respiratory syndrome, which often kills baby pigs, is characterized by a variety of conditions and is causing economic hardship for pig farmers. Affected mothers lose up to 10% of their pregnancies. Their babies are spontaneously aborted or stillborn. As many as 20% to 30% of survivors may suffer and die from respiratory disease like pneumonia. This virus is said to primarily attack a pig's immune system, we're discovering, leaving the body open to a host of other infections. Oh, that does sound like AIDS, doesn't it? Particularly in the lungs. Some pigs develop a chronic infection, become carriers, but show no symptoms. Boy, that sure sounds like AIDS, doesn't it? Research reveals that the virus is transmitted via semen, saliva, and blood. Those pigs herded closely together and transported in close quarters by trucks may be more susceptible to infection. To date, there is no evidence the virus can affect human beings yet. Do you sense that we are really racing towards something fast? I mean, all of this information about our animals, which are going to be not edible if things continue as they are now. Something is obviously going on. Somebody wrote me the following, and I thought it appropriate here. We live in a moment of history where change is so speeded up that we begin to see the present only when it is already disappearing. It's another way of saying we're quickening, huh? Think about that for a moment. We live in a moment of history where change is so speeded up that we begin to see the present only when it is already disappearing. Huh. And now, the shadow people. On Friday night, Saturday morning's program, it was as wild in this studio as you can imagine it gets. The first part of the program was totally obliterated by the sun. The skies in Nevada, southern Nevada, California, New Mexico, all the way down to Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands turned red, blood red. Some green and other colors were noticed as well. Here in the desert, though, we don't see this happen, and yet it did occur. The sky at, about 10:15 at night, which should have been pitch black, well, it looked like a forest fire, and we, of course, got whacked by the sun. So that was pretty wild. But then it got wilder. From one caller that I had had the previous night, who I put back on the air again, because he sent me a phone number, we began talking about a subject called the shadow people. Now, I have never seen in my life such a response. I tell you now, I have had 2,000 emails from people who have seen the shadow people. What the hell have we stumbled into? What have we stumbled into? I could read you story after story after story. What happened is a fellow called up and said, normally it's just like a moving shape I see in my peripheral vision out of the corner of my eye, and I talked about my old Dreamland intro. Remember that? Things seen at the edge of vision. Remember that intro? Well, for the rest of the night, I couldn't stop it. We had people calling about the shadow people who said peripheral vision at first, but after a while, Art, you can actually see these creatures straight on. And then I began to read my email after the program, and it went absolutely nuts. We're into something big here. I don't know what. I really don't know what. Somebody wrote to me, and Bruce wrote to me and said, Art, I'm interested in the shadow people topic. Haven't seen any, but I was wondering if you're considering having an expert speak on the subject on your show sometime in the near future. Where do you go to get an expert on something I never even heard of, the shadow people? They're not ghosts. They don't act that way. They don't want to see us. They move away when we do see them. They appear surprised when we see them. They're described as small, relatively, for a human being. Oh, excuse me. Did I say human being? I have no idea whether they're human. Probably not. Possibly not. OBE people? Maybe. Maybe not. In other words, Bruce, I would be more than happy to get an expert on the shadow people. I mentioned it to Professor John Mack earlier today, and he said, yeah, well, we'll talk about that. So I don't know whether John really knows about it or is simply prepared to talk about it or what. But off the top of my head, there's no such thing as calling up a shadow people expert. So I don't know what to do with all this. I'm just telling you all that we have really stumbled into something very, very serious. I've had no less than 2,000 reports of people seeing shadow people, various levels of encounters with shadow people, and nobody talked about it until Friday, and now I can't stop people from talking about it. So, I don't know, folks. I'm digesting this one. I'm trying to figure it out. If I can find somebody who really knows about this phenomena, obviously we'll have them on. I'm just trying to impart to you the magnitude of response. When I get 2,000 emails from people saying they've had encounters with these whatever in the heck they are, we're into something big. I'll work on it. If you have ideas, be sure and send them to me. If you happen to know an expert on shadow people, for God's sakes, email me. Amazing. Meat. You're going to want to brace yourself for this one. Speaking of meat. Meat in Moldova, in Europe, Moldova, was human flesh. Tests yesterday have revealed. 2 women were selling the meat outside a butcher's shop in the capital of Moldova. They were arrested for selling outlawed meat, but officials were uncertain until the tests that it was, in fact, human. A customer reported the women to police on Friday after she bought the meat, which they were selling by the bag, according to Interior Ministry officials. The bag, a bag of meat. Human meat. Yuck. Women told police that they acquired the meat from a state cancer clinic, and authorities immediately launched an investigation of this. Oh, great. A state cancer clinic. Police said they did not want to make an official statement on the arrest of the women because they didn't want to create public revulsion and panic. Well, what do they think this story does? All right, I can see that I'm not going to make it to the phone, so sorry about that. Just too much I wanted to get to you. Check this one out, again, from, as always, Britain, where they get these stories, and we don't seem to. British scientists on the trail of Yeti, Bigfoot, brace yourself, folks, have found some of the best evidence yet for the existence of the mythical Himalayan creature. It's a sample of hair that has proved impossible to identify. In other words, not human hair, not ape hair. It is something new. Genetic tests on the hair, which was gathered from a tree in Bhutan, have failed to match its DNA to that of another animal, or any animal. The findings, which have surprised skeptical researchers, raise the strong possibility that the sample belongs to an as-of-yet undiscovered species of animal. In Bhutan, an expedition team was led by an official Yeti hunter to a forest in the eastern part of the country where he was convinced that an animal was at large. He told us that he had found evidence of the Yeti in the hollow of a cedar tree. Rob McCall, a zoologist who was part of the expedition, said, Dr. McCall's team removed strands of hair from the tree and returned to Britain to have them analyzed. Brian Sykes, professor of human genetics at the Oxford Institute of Molecular Medicine, one of the world's leading experts on DNA analysis, who examined the hair, said, quote, "We found some DNA in it, but we don't know what it is. It's not a human, not a bear, nor anything else we have so far been able to identify. It's a mystery. And I never thought it would end this way. So then, let me tell you this. I have a friend in the TV production business who is on to perhaps the biggest Yeti story ever in the middle part of the country. I won't identify where yet. The people right now are very reluctant to talk. They're afraid for themselves. And I'm not going to give away any of the incredible story, but I'll just tell you that in the middle of the country there has been a really, really major Yeti incident. Let's see, how can I put this? With a very great deal of evidence. It's just that the people involved are worried for themselves, and for very good reason. So whether we're going to get them on the air or not is problematic right now. It's being worked on. I guess that's all I better say. Anybody want to give Sean Morton credit for calling the NASDAQ? He called the NASDAQ down to 1782. Today, it in fact closed at 1782. Now, of course, after hours trading, no doubt, changed that figure by 10 o'clock Eastern, but the market closed at 1782, and that's a fact. Sean Morton called that one, folks. Big time. Big time. So, I don't know what to tell you. I know a lot of you don't believe in prophets and prophecy and all the rest of it, but there really is, there's something about Sean David Morton. I joked, I always said he had the as many hits as the Mafia. And since the Mafia has calmed down a little bit, since the old days, he may have more hits than the Mafia. I mean, he hit it right on the mark. Now, you may recall he said if it goes below that figure, then look out, Katie bar the door. Anything could happen. If it goes above that figure, it's going to bounce back up and things are going to be okay. But just in case you were curious about the prophecy of Sean David Morton, there you go. I thought I would call that one. This person who sent it to me did, and it deserves recognition. He hit it right on the mark. Dead square on the mark. I've got a terrible story here, which I guess I'm glad I don't have time to read about a 12-year-old boy and what he did in Las Vegas at a local pet store. It's probably just as well I don't have time to read that to you right now. Good morning, everybody. The sun just spit the biggest hucker that the sun in our history of recording this kind of stuff has ever spit. It's called a mega flare. A mega flare. Now, had it occurred about 2 or 3 days ago, it would have been aimed at the very gut of Earth. And what we experienced last Friday would be like child's play compared to what would have happened. It is by magnitudes much larger. We interviewed Bill Marquette, who's site director and chief observer at Big Bear Solar Observatory, and he said it actually saturated the instruments, saturated them, so they haven't even really figured out how big it is. It went up into an unnamed area that some people call a mega flare. You can see the X-ray flux on my website right now under What's New. Would have been a big electromagnetic event. And speaking of electromagnetic events, my guest coming up in a moment, Dr. Nick Begich, who wrote Angels Don't Play This Harp, will be here to talk about the angelic harp installation in Alaska and other ones like it around the world and other electromagnetic anomalies. And God knows we've been having a lot of those. One here in Pahrump, which like an electromagnetic blanket descended on us. And then one, of course, up in Washington. A lot of weird happenings lately. Could these be electromagnetic weapons being tested? Probably be one of my first questions. Anyway, he's the expert, Dr. Nick Begich, coming up shortly. Stay right where you are. Now, Dr. Nick Begich is the eldest son of the late United States Congressman from Alaska, Nick Begich, senior political activist Peggy Begich, his wife. He's well known in Alaska for his own political activities. He was twice elected president of both the Alaska Federation of Teachers and the Anchorage Council of Education. He's been pursuing independent research in the sciences and politics for most of his adult life. He received his doctorate in traditional medicine from the Open International University for Complementary Medicines in November of 1994. So really, it's Dr. Begich, isn't it? He co-authored the book, Angels Don't Play This Harp, Advances in Tesla Technology, and wrote Toward a New Alchemy. The Millennium Science, his latest book, Earth Rising, The Revolution Toward 1,000 Years of Peace, was co-authored with James Roderick in December of 1999. Also is the editor of Earth Pulse Flashpoints, a continuing new science book series. He published articles in Science, Politics, and Education, is a well-known lecturer, having presented throughout the U.S. and in 19 countries. He's been featured as a guest on thousands of radio broadcasts, reporting on his research activities, including new technologies, health and earth science-related issues, has also appeared on dozens of television documentaries and other programs throughout the world, including the BBC TV, CBS TV, Telemundo, and many more. Begich has served as an expert witness and speaker before the European Parliament. He's spoken on various issues for groups representing citizen concerns, statesmen and elected officials, scientists, and others. He is the publisher and co-owner of Earth Pulse Press and is also under contract as tribal administrator of the Chickaloon Village Council. Wow! A federally recognized American Indian tribe, Indian Nation. Dr. Begich is married to, I think it's Sheila Begich Slade, and has 5 children. How prolific of him. He resides just north of Anchorage in the community of Eagle River, Alaska, USA. Dr. Begich.
It's good to be with you again.
Hi there. I hear now something running in the background. Sounds like a fan or something.
Well, it might be wind. It's a little bit windy here, but that's probably all that it is.
Then it may be our telephone that we have a big hum on.
How is it now? I hear it as well. It's kind of in the background, but it must be the phone lines.
Yeah, unfortunately, what happens is it gets amplified. We'll try recalling at the break here, or using that other phone if we must.
Okay.
Anyway, Doctor, thank you for coming on. There's been so much that has been happening. So much. It's like I don't know where to start. I guess we should begin. There are a lot of new listeners out there, and so give them a quick 101 on harp. You wrote, of course, Angels Don't Play This Harp, and people have been asking me, because we heard harp on 3.39, what we thought was harp. They denied it, and by the way, it's been back, Doctor, on several other frequencies, and even back on 3.39. When we talked about it last, it quickly disappeared. You checked with them. They said, no, they weren't operating. But I don't know if I believe that. I'm not sure you do either.
Right, that's right. And, you know, we've kind of followed some of this, and there's actually been a number of things happening, and it's really getting tougher to deduce, you know, where the signals are being generated, because there's a couple of things happening, you know, here in Alaska that may be responsible. There's also things happening in Russia as well as in China right now that may explain some of the signals that are being picked up. But if we look at, you know, that sort of the mystery signals, and we just sort of throw it in that category and say, what are the possible sources, at least what are the possible sources here in Alaska? And there's essentially 3 that we can point to. One is, of course, the harp itself. And when we checked and rechecked and tried to get some definitive information on that, we really couldn't find anything to confirm that harp was responsible. But that's not to say that it isn't either, because there's not a good deal of information being released there these days.
That's right.
The other place we looked is High Pass, which doesn't have the same operating frequencies, but was and has been firing. High Pass is what was supposed to be a smaller facility located near Fairbanks, Alaska, very similar to HARP. In fact, it's just been retrofitted in the last couple of months so that it gets a higher pulse power. And the pulse power is generated when the signal is sort of restrained and then released in a surge that causes a pretty good spike in terms of the energy discharge. This is what's responsible.
What does high pass mean?
High pass, I forget the full acronym, but it's essentially a phased array antenna similar to HAARP producing radio frequency. It was thought to be less capable, but with these additions now they can get an ERP, an effective radiated power of up to a gigawatt or 1 billion watts. Which
a lot of people out there are going, what are they talking about? Doctor, if you would, let's go ahead and change phones right now. You did it before, so just go ahead and change phones.
Okay.
If you would, and I'll pot you down. I understand that a lot of you are going, well, what are you talking about? High pass? HAARP? What are these things? Well, I understand that for, hams, they pretty much know what it's all about. Well, some hams might not. I'm fairly technically familiar with what it is. Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I am. How's that?
Much better. Much better. All the hum's gone.
All right.
A lot of people don't really know what HAARP is. Let's give them the quick version.
Sure. HAARP is an array or a field of antennas on the ground. Right now there are 48 in this array or this field. They're about 72 feet high, and then they have a cross dipole, which is like a cross running the opposite direction at the top. So they're big, huge antennas in a field, and these antennas are energized and they fire radio frequency energy, the same thing that essentially is being broadcast where people are hearing this broadcast tonight, except the energy is handled differently, and that energy is focused in this array or this field of antennas so that it's concentrated into a relatively narrow band. It could be the equivalent of, if you were going to use an example, and just a crude example, but a good illustration, you know how light is focused when you use a laser versus, say, a flashlight where the light spreads out.
Yeah, of course.
Rapidly.
Of course.
The same thing happens with the HAARP system, only with radio frequency energy. So it sort of concentrates or focuses the energy to a relatively small area, and it creates, by peaking or pulsing the power in a specific way, you can create these huge surges. And in the case of high pass, you can go up to 1 billion watts. Now, think about that in terms of, say, a 60-watt light bulb in your house. If you can create an effective radiated power of 1 billion watts.
1 billion watts.
And this is done by pulsing the energy, essentially, and something that can give a real high yield for a short duration of time, but if that energy is repeatedly used in very specific ways, it can then cause releases of energy in our natural systems in an unprecedented and profound way. In fact, this whole discussion of what would happen if this solar activity had created more of a direct impact on the Earth, the discussion of what happens when that energy is discharged and comes to the Earth.
Yeah, we missed it by like 2 days.
Right, and what happens in that is normally it can disrupt like energy systems, power grids, communication systems, radio broadcasts. The same can be done artificially using an instrument like HAARP and using HAARP, in fact, if the energy is pulsed into this energetic area, the ionosphere and the magnetosphere, the same areas where the aurora takes place in the ionosphere, you can stimulate a number of effects that change the character of that part of our environment over a large area in much the same way as nature does it. The only difference is nature is shooting sort of random energy at various frequencies and wavelengths.
Well, that's the real difference, isn't it? In other words, they have all these arrays of antennas on the ground, and normally a signal like the one you're listening to on the radio right now, or a ham signal, starts out as a relatively narrow signal and just broadens out, and that's what almost all transmitters and antenna systems do.
Right.
This antenna system, though, on the other hand, starts out as a broad signal, relatively broad signal. They have fields of antennas. I mean, we had a picture of HAARP, and it's just like, as far as you can see, antennas. So it starts out as a very broad signal, becomes a very narrow signal. By the time it gets to the ionosphere, it's like the laser beam, and that makes it incredibly more powerful.
Right.
And that's what they're doing. Do they know what they're doing is the question.
Yeah, there's actually a number of things that have come from this research over the last 7 or 8 years, and the things that jump out, that really stand out, are the first desired outcomes by the military was to enhance communications with submarines. They were able to prove that they could do that using this system on the ground, stimulating the ionosphere, this layer that begins about 30 or 40 miles above the Earth's surface.
That would be doing the same thing as a sun flare ultimately does, right?
Right, except from this instrument on the ground, you get coherent or very controlled energy where you can be very precise in what energy frequency and waveform you're using. And what happens as a result of that, just like dialing a radio between stations, you get static, but when you hit a resonant frequency, a frequency that corresponds to the transmitter and receiver, you get a nice clear signal. The same is true with many parts of our environment we're finding, and as well as human health, and even machinery can be affected by surges of energy in a very precise way. But these window frequencies that affect living organisms, environmental systems, or equipment have been discovered and more or less charted, and by manipulating energy in very unique ways, what you get is electromagnetic warfare, one of the biggest issues in the revolution in military affairs that's being discussed by think tanks around the world in both the United States and in our traditional adversaries. Press reports, China and Russia recently having made some pretty strong proclamations in this area. But when we talk about mystery signals, there have been a number of reasons to suspect, at least in my mind, that either China or Russia may in fact be responsible for some of what we're hearing. At the same time, we know that there's been a number of tests at the Geophysical Institute dealing with the high-pass system, which has now this very high effective radiated power of 1 billion watts. At its peak power, HAARP eventually will be capable of that power density as well as they continue to develop it.
Up to 1 billion watts. Remember to talk straight into that phone. That's really important for me.
Yeah, and when you look at 1 billion watts, I mean, one of the things about HAARP that was talked about early on was this huge power level that was never achieved before. And now, that was back in mid-1980s when the program first began. And what's happened in the intervening years is the technology has advanced dramatically, causing both miniaturization. In other words, the systems are getting smaller to have the same effects that previously would have taken a much, much larger array. In fact, Dr. Bernard Eastland, the inventor of the HAARP array, originally expected an array 20 kilometers by 20 kilometers square to create the maximum effects that he saw as possible. But what we know now is the same effects, many of them can be created by creating a peak power or pulse power surge of sufficient power density to change the character of the environment by hitting these very specific window frequencies. Bigger frequencies.
Wait, change the character of the environment. What do you mean by that?
Well, several things. First thing that comes out is the idea of modifying the ionosphere from its sort of random approach to how it handles its energy to something more coherent. In other words, switching it from DC to AC, where it has an alternating current or a very specific pulse rate. What it then does is acts like a giant broadcast antenna in the sky, sending a signal back to the Earth that can penetrate the Earth and see for things like Earth-penetrating tomography, which is like X-raying or looking into the Earth several miles deep for underground mineral deposits or nuclear facilities. The other thing you can do with that is communicate with submarines at pretty high data rates.
But Doctor, how can you look into the Earth? I mean, they have that's hard to do. Even when you're down here on Earth and you're inserting instruments into the ground, it's hard to look into the Earth. How could you have enough power to look into the Earth bouncing something off the ionosphere? That's astounding to even think about.
It was the resonant frequency that allowed that signal to transfer through the Earth readily and then bounce back a signal with instruments on the ground that you can actually measure that returning signal and make those deductions. And they actually demonstrated this and talked about it openly on BBC television on a show called Horizons in a segment called Masters of the Ionosphere. And in that, they said, that they were able to locate things as precision as underground mine shafts, several hundreds of feet below the surface using this technique. So, that idea, in fact, in order to get funding past 1996, one of the mandates of Congress, of the Senate actually, in the appropriation was that they show that they could do this Earth-penetrating tomography application in order to get more funding. And they funded it under non-proliferation and counter-proliferation of nuclear weapons in 96's defense budget.
Well, the thing that has bothered me about it is the amount of power that would be required to go down into the Earth after a bounce off the ionosphere would have to first pass through human beings.
Yes.
Before it passes through the Earth, right?
Yes.
All right, so that means that potentially means what to a human being?
Well, in this case, it means quite a bit, because the signal to pass through the Earth, you have to have an extremely low-frequency signal, a very long wavelength, in order to get through. Shorter wavelengths don't penetrate very deep. Well, these ELFs, or extremely low-frequency signals, are the same signals that have been shown to be biologically active, that affect human beings in the most profound ways. In fact, in our latest work, we talk quite a bit about this, because the idea that the human system, the human body, can be really violated by this technology in a way that not only can change our health, but can also change the way our mental processes work, our behavior, can alter our emotional state dramatically.
You mean it could make us happy, it could make us sad, could make us angry?
Panic, hysteria is one of the things that's pointed out, actually, in a number of publications both in the U.S. and China.
Panic and hysteria?
Yeah, by being able to, using infrasound as an example, in a recent Chinese report that was released under a Freedom of Information Act request in January of this year. In fact, this researcher who pulled this, his attorney, the researcher Harlan Gerard, who's been at this a long time, he FOIA'd what is called the Foreign Broadcast Information Service, which many people don't even know exists. It's an operation of the Central Intelligence Agency that translates 3,500 publications in 55 foreign languages daily, basically media and technical reports. One of those recent reports was this one on new technologies originating in China. The things that are being pointed out really confirm much of what we've been speaking about over the years.
China. Yeah, where there's China's in the news today, you know.
Absolutely.
One of our airplanes. Listen, Dr. Begich, hold on a second. We're going into a break. Okay. We'll be right back. Once again, Dr. Nick Begich. And, by the way, if you're trying to send a fast blast, too many people were trying to do it at once, so I think it's all okay now. You can try one now. Dr. Begich, welcome back.
Hey, it's good to be back with you.
Oh, this is even a better phone. We've been experimenting. Now we've got a really good phone on here, I hope. All right. You heard what I said. I really used to be rah-rah. We would never, ever experiment on our own people. Do you believe that?
Not at all. In fact, in Earth Rising, we covered this issue with a chapter on just some of the most gross violations of human rights taking place in the United States. In fact, Secretary of Energy O'Leary, when she was in that position, suggested at one juncture that over 500,000 Americans had been experimented on as non-consensual victims, essentially, of human experimentation. This involved everyone from prisoners, orphans, minority populations, and other disenfranchised populations, military people as well, in tests on basically to see what would happen to a human being in the course of either weapons applications or other types of experimentation.
Great. So there's a long, rich history of experimenting on us.
Absolutely. In fact, even this year in this current congressional budget, there's a settlement for indigenous Alaskans that were used in experiments back during the Cold War, where they injected them with radioactive iodine to see what would happen in Arctic conditions over the long term. And finally, this year, they're financially settling with this group of folks. But they're not alone. The fact that 500,000 people that is admitted to, we question whether that's an accurate number. The fact that no one's ever been held accountable for that, I think, is really something that everyone should be pretty outraged about. The idea that that can happen in the United States, there's a pattern in the history of it happening. There's been some disclosures periodically which have gotten the attention of the Congress, but those abuses continue. It's just a matter of whether or not they're disclosed, and they usually are in the course of time, and we hear about them from time to time. We've tried to collect some of that data, again, because the revolution in technologies is taking place now with even more profound weapon systems that have the ability to affect our health and our environmental systems. It's a great deal to be concerned about, and something that we just can't dismiss.
Well, you want to believe that your own country wouldn't do something like that. It's just like this American spy plane that's down on the Chinese island right now. Chinese are saying it was over their airspace. We're saying, no way, Jose, it was over international airspace. I figure it's about 50-50.
Yeah,
and they're over there using up every bit of Kodak film they can before they give it back, or probably Fuji film, I don't know.
Well, that's not surprising, and the fact is, I think we would do it if we had the opportunity. And the Chinese right now, interestingly enough, there's been quite a bit of saber rattling from China, and mainly in response to our efforts in missile defense, something that we've been talking about, for a long time. The Chinese have just this last couple of months announced one of the biggest increases in their military budget, which by U.S. standards is considered fairly small. It's in the billions of dollars, tens of billions, as opposed to hundreds and hundreds of billions that we spend in the West. The difference is what you get for your money. In China, your labor for your top-notch scientists is a fraction of U.S. cost. Your infrastructure maintenance is a fraction of the cost when you consider the price of labor and materials.
Oh, that's right.
So the money really goes a lot further. And when you're talking about scientists as a group of people, certainly China, out of their over 1 billion population, has produced some of the finest minds on the planet. Those are being applied to the Chinese version of the revolution of military affairs, which has been the subject as far back as November of '97. It was in the United States Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. There was some really interesting testimony by a Michael Pillsbury, which really was sort of looking at what was China's approach to new technologies and the leapfrog in technologies that was taking place. And essentially, the Chinese, by their own admission, essentially have pointed to not just weapons against hardware, but weapons designed specifically to disrupt information system, including human mental processes.
And I really want to talk about that a little bit, human mental processes. Would it be possible, Doctor, with HARP or any of the other potential weapon systems, they hate it when we say that, to, let's say, a battlefield situation, could you aim a weapon to the ionosphere and then down to a battlefield where the enemy was in mass and cause them to either be so confused that they could not function, or even worse yet, cause them to essentially go mad and begin slaughtering each other? Would a weapon like that be conceivable?
You could create mass hysteria and fear, certainly, and panic. In fact, a test of this kind of idea was first discussed going back as far back as 1969 by science advisors to Lyndon Johnson. It then became sort of the discussion in the 70s. The CIA was reported to have tested this. In fact, we cite the source of where that came from in Eastern Europe before the end of the Cold War.
What?
But
really?
Yeah. In fact, this is the idea of bouncing a signal off the ionosphere back down to the Earth where you can disturb the thought process over a large population. The idea was to agitate or disrupt a population. And the idea that you could do this on a mass scale by stimulating the ionosphere goes way back in the literature. Even Brzezinski talked about it in his book Between Two Ages, which was published in 1973. He later became National Security Advisor to Jimmy Carter, and he was talking about stroking the ionosphere in just the right way to return a signal to affect emotional states of populations.
Is that the kind of thing that HARP could do, Doctor?
Absolutely. In fact, in terms of, again, the military, when we addressed this to them, and it was approached, the subject was approached also by the Canadian Broadcasting System on a program called Undercurrents, and the military's response was, look, it's a side effect for us. We're not particularly interested in what it might do in that regard.
Give me a break.
And that's what their response was on national Canadian television. And that was John Heckscher commenting on it. And, from our perspective, when we look at just the body of data surrounding this subject, whether it's HARP used in this way or some other instrument, we've seen last month the military, the Marines in particular, released a new microwave or millimeter wave weapon for creating heat sensations. What they didn't tell us that really needs to be said is that by just changing the frequency or waveform on that transmitter, you might be able to create any number of other effects beyond just heating of the skin. In fact, that's probably one of the more milder effects, or one that they think at least the public would accept as a crowd control technology.
Well, let me tell you what the people who run these kinds of things, because I am friends with some people who are experts in what they call non-lethal weaponry.
Right.
And they stress non-lethal. They say, well, would it be better to be able to do something like this to a group of people or to have to slaughter them?
Well,
in cold blood, they make that case.
Well, that case is always made, but when you look at the history of non-lethal weapons, going back to, say, Northern Ireland and rubber bullets and tear gas, things that are considered non-lethal by most standards, those weapons over the course of time have killed many, many people. In fact, by comparing them to, say, Bosnia during the year where there wasn't much going on there, but everyone was heavily armed, not with non-lethals, but with lethal weapons, no one discharged anything for a year. Whereas in Northern Ireland or any other place where, quote, non-lethal, unquote, are used, death does occur from asphyxiation with gas if you have asthma or lung conditions. If you're using sticky foam and it gets on the face, you suffocate slowly. There's lots of ways to die. Rubber bullets can hit you in vital points and kill you.
I know Palestinians that have been killed by rubber bullets.
Sure, and you can get the same kinds of situations if you're hit with an electric baton or some other discharge of electromagnetic energy. It can interfere with heart rhythm and stop the heart.
Well, I mean, you said they were working on this a long time ago, so we can only sort of imagine what the state of technology is.
Oh, it's advanced.
Right now, very advanced. And so you've got to ask yourself, how would they test something like this? Now, just how would they test something? Let's say that you could affect a city-sized area or even a smaller area than a full city-sized area. How would you test this?
Well, this is the battlefield environment is the ideal place, actually.
Well, yeah, but since we don't have any current battles, big ones going on, you might have to test it on a civilian population.
Well, and that's exactly what has happened historically over time. When you don't have a war environment, then the U.S. tends to become the battleground for the experiments. And, you know, in the case of, say, the Gulf War, there was lots of rumor about infrasound devices that could create a sense of panic and fear and mental distress. This was actually reported after the war in the Scottish media as one of the reasons why you saw the mass panics and just a whole generation of fear that came in the battlefield. In fact, the same technology we found a United States patent dealing with that idea of creating a signal that you could carry on a broadcast of a radio a transmission into an area that would carry this sort of signal below the audible level of perception so that it affected emotional state. And they actually used it.
So you wouldn't even know it was happening to you.
Exactly. In fact, the Chinese article that we were talking about being recently released under that Freedom of Information Act request talks about an infrasound weapon specifically designed going back to weapons testing of the 60s and 1970s that was able to create debilitating effects on humans, including the sense of hysteria and panic. And this could be created by creating a signal from a remote location and generating it into the battlefield environment, or carrying it on, say, a radio broadcast, as what was reported to have happened in the Gulf War. The idea of non-lethal weapons, another thing to remember is the definition, according to some of the people on the military side, is a weapon that kills less than 25% of the time. By that definition...
That's their definition of non-lethal?
Right. And you know, Claiborne landmines, the reason I'm laughing is a landmine has that level of lethality, but no one would call it non-lethal. It just happens to maim rather than kill in most instances. The fact is, non-lethal weapons in all of the military protocols on deployment and use point out very clearly that these systems can also be lethal. And yes, of course, in a riot control situation, would you rather contain the crowd or kill the crowd? That's an obvious thing that most human beings would say, let's contain the crowd. What we're concerned about is how we do that and what is the effect of that. And the other part of it that we're highly concerned about is that the protocols between Department of Defense and Department of Justice give priority funding to those things with dual use, things that are going to be used against American citizens as well as our declared enemies. That becomes important for Americans to understand, is that these systems aren't just intended for adversaries, but also to contain things like, well, what we saw in Seattle a little over a year ago, civil disobedience, where some of it got out of control. But would we want to see the implementation of mass control of protesters when they're peaceably assembled, or do we want to preserve that right in America in terms of dissension and right of assembly?
Well, I don't know. Ask yourself if President Richard Nixon had one of these available to him back when he was so irritated at all the demonstrations that were going on, would he have used it?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, Zbigniew Brzezinski at that very same time in the early 70s suggested that no matter who was in power, in his book Between Two Ages. He said when this technology is available in this century, whoever's in power will be tempted to use it and will use it to further their political ends, regardless of whether they're conservative or liberal. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit from Between Two Ages, but that's the gist of it. And when you look at the evolution of these technologies and now what's being poised and thrown out to the public as this great revolution in military affairs and electromagnetic warfare, the fact that it rubs right up against traditional American values and has created, again, the dilemma of choosing between safety and security and giving up civil liberties. And that's the place where many of these technologies are currently taking us.
Well, I guess if the Russians and the Chinese and others are developing this technology, we don't have any choice, really, do we?
Well, to a point. I mean, certainly we need to develop countermeasures. We need to have a clear understanding of what we're facing. But one thing to keep in mind when you're using electromagnetic weapon systems, if they're discharged and tested in any open environment, any good surveillance technology, any country with good surveillance technology could not only deduce where those emanations were coming from, but what their potential health effect would be. And certainly our government is well aware, based on the studies, just the ones that we've uncovered in the public domain, not to mention what must be hidden from public view.
Yeah, but you couldn't reveal that you knew it was being done to you without revealing that you had it too and you had knowledge of it. Otherwise, how could you track it?
And that takes us right back to these mystery signals we're hearing right now.
Yes.
Isn't it interesting that it would come at a time when the Chinese and Russians are very concerned about missile defense, a missile defense system that's being deployed in Alaska based on HARP technology that was tested at the same frequencies that we know of by their own admission? Wouldn't it make sense that one of our adversaries would want to demonstrate their capability in the same area?
How would you stop a missile with electromagnetics, with RF? How would you do that with what, say, HARP has or any of the others?
There's a couple of things that come up. The idea of using energy to catch a missile and then to destroy it is
right.
what we're really talking about.
Right.
And there's a couple ways that can happen. And, you know, we hear a lot about this idea of a missile-to-missile defense system, and they'll probably build it, but it's not the likely...
You're thinking this is the more likely way to do it.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I know...
But how do you get power so narrow, so defined that you could actually destroy a missile? How do you get that?
Well, there's actually a United States patent that's owned by the Department of Energy. It was granted on September 25th, 1990, and it's patent number 4959559.
Wait a minute. Do that again. A lot of people want to look it up. 4959559. And this is a electromagnetic or other directed energy pulse launcher. And it was developed for the Department of Energy. As I said, it was granted in 1990, so it was developed in the late 80s. And essentially, what they have created is a weapon that if you saw it discharged, it would look like a ball of lightning traveling at near the speed of light, which is 186,000 miles per second. And this ball energy, or this ball of lightning, within the patent, they describe it as like a photon torpedo right out of Star Trek. God, you know, I think I've seen one. I think I mentioned this to you before.
In Australia.
Yeah, have you ever seen that satellite photo?
I've not seen it, but I remember we talked about it. We were trying to figure out what it was. Well, it was after that we tripped over this patent, and it makes a good explanation for what was seen, because that was traveling at this huge velocity, and the only place you could test this is over a huge, vast, open space, because, I mean, it would be just a fraction of a second that you would actually see something fly by.
That's right.
And, and that's, when you think about this type of weapon, you remember that other sort of blob of energy taken from the, I think it was the space shuttle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually is what I was talking about, yes.
Yeah, that whole idea
The space shuttle camera focused on a point on Earth, folks, and then waited. And what you saw erupt from the Earth into space was like a plasma ball of something. It just went boom. It was the most amazing. And obviously the shuttle cameras were waiting for it, so we knew there was some kind of experiment underway.
Right.
And it looked like a plasma ball firing into space.
Right. And this, when we started writing about this stuff in HARP initially, and then what we found is a lot more, and people confuse them, and that's something we should point out is when we're on the air like tonight, we're talking about a lot of different weapon systems, and we don't want to confuse them, because what we're talking about now is something quite different than HARP. If you want to go back to HARP for a minute, it can create what's called an electromagnetic pulse, or a surge of energy capable of disrupting sensitive electronics. In fact, this idea is really capitalized on by the Chinese. In fact, in this Senate Intelligence Committee, one of the things that the Chinese point out is a first strike option, which allows, as they say, and I quote, the inferior to become the superior. And this is the Chinese approach to defense, is to create the best electromagnetic weapon systems. And here's the things that they would try and attack, according to the Senate testimony, is radar and radio stations using smart weapons, but then jamming technologies for communications, attacking communication centers and facilities and command ships.
Doctor, we're at the top of the hour. This is exactly where we're going to pick up when we get back, all right?
Okay.
All right, stay right there. And the reason is because I think that we were attacked in Pahrump, Nevada. Remember that attack? I said for the first time, and I don't jump to these conclusions, I think we were specifically attacked. All the microwave, land microwave, satellite, everything disappeared and then slowly came back. There's nobody in the world that's going to tell me that we weren't affected by something the military was doing out there, and that wasn't very long ago. I'm Art Bell. All right, we're going back now to Dr. Nick Begich. But just very briefly, as you know, we went off the air for the second time in the history of this program, only this one was the weirdest. Last time it happened, a satellite began tumbling in space, and so we lost the satellite. This last outage was much more intriguing. We were able to actually watch what's called the EB level, the signal level, on our end and up in Oregon, slowly over a 45-minute period, go from full signal that we've got right now, God, I hope so, to a point where we lost lock. It was so low, it was so diminished, it virtually went to zero, and we lost signal. They had no more satellite signal. We had to go to a backup landline. At the very same time, and we can prove it with graphs, the local internet service delivered by land microwave, also on 7 different receivers, microwave paths, in every case went to zero. And I mean zero. So with all that in mind, something happened here in Pahrump, Nevada. Now, who has the technology to be able to do that, to shut down satellite signals? In fact, all microwave signals over a very broad spectrum, from 2.4 gigahertz to about 11 and 13 gigahertz. Now, gee whiz, who could do something like that and confine it to an area like Pahrump? I said attacked. Maybe we were experimented upon. I don't know. But I tell you, what happened was not natural. Doctor, what could do that?
Well, this is exactly the kind of effect that some of these new technologies are designed to create, whether it's our own experiments or someone demonstrating their own capability in a covert way, but a way that we would recognize. That's certainly a plausible explanation as well. The Chinese and the Russians both have been pursuing this whole line for really decades, in terms of, when they look at it as what can we do from their perspective to leapfrog ahead, or what areas are our systems, because they are so sensitive, what areas can that sensitivity be attacked? And this is where the EMP, or electromagnetic pulse weapons, and other technologies that exploit the weaknesses of our system, and that weakness is the very technology upon which it's built. In fact, our own government has spent huge sums of money in developing what are called hardening technologies to protect us from this kind of attack. And this was sort of the subject, as we were talking before the break, of what was coming up in the Senate hearings on Chinese capability. Not only are the systems that can generate these kinds of effects being created, but at the same time, other technologies are advancing in the areas, say, nanotechnology, where things are being miniaturized. We're getting more bang for the buck with smaller and smaller systems. The Chinese actually refers to them as magic weapons, because they seem like they're just something right out of science fiction. And that shows up actually in that Senate report.
Well, normally you wouldn't think the Chinese would be that advanced. However, they seem to have walked out with a lot of our secrets, and so I guess what you cannot do, you can steal.
Well, and something else to consider is when it talk about the health effects of electromagnetic fields, The Chinese are probably the oldest practitioners of energy medicine on the planet through the system of acupuncture, although there might be some debate about other cultures that had it. Certainly the Chinese understand the effect of electromagnetic fields on human health. Acupuncture is based on an energy system of the body that can actually be measured on the surface of the skin by skin resistance differentials that distinguish where those acupuncture points are. So ancient Chinese understood that you could affect a person's health by affecting their energetic system. What modern science has rediscovered is how to do this with the not with needles as in old acupuncture, but with new technologies that can interfere with not only that system but other functioning systems of the human body.
Well, we read the story here, I think, a week ago or 2 weeks ago now, about, wow, a new weapon that will heat your skin.
Right.
And cause you to be uncomfortable. And we have that weapon now. It'll heat your skin. It's non-lethal. But to me, it was like, well, yeah, maybe non-lethal on setting number 1 and number 2.
Right,
but
right.
What'd you do on 10 or 12?
Well, it's not just the intensity. Now, that would affect, say, the intensity of the signal, and what their own experiments showed is that it will create actual burning of tissue at high enough energy densities. But what also was not discussed when that system was unveiled is millimeter waves near microwave wavelengths have been shown at very different frequencies to have very different kinds of effects. In other words, on the one mode of operation, you create the sensation of heating. In other modes of operation, you could create disorientation. You would create fear and hysteria, or any number of effects depending on the sophistication of the transmitter and the knowledge level of the operator. But from the military reports, in terms of the dosimetry, what dosages of what amounts of energy in what waveforms and frequencies can affect our health, has been analyzed to death by the military. I mean, through reports that they release to the public even, there's a great deal revealed in those in terms of affecting, say, the heart or the lungs.
Yeah, I was going to say, Doctor, can you induce heart failure with microwave?
At the right pulse rate, yes, you can. In
heart
fact,
failure. Okay. If an autopsy was done on somebody who had been remotely killed with microwave, heart failure, what would that autopsy likely show?
Well, if it was done well, it would show the symptoms of a heart attack that wouldn't be, you really couldn't determine a natural from a... You
mean we wouldn't know? We wouldn't say, wow, look at this. This guy really got hit by a microwave beam, huh? You wouldn't say that.
Not necessarily. I mean, if it were a sloppy job, I suppose, at high energy densities, you see things that were not normal with a normal heart attack. But the idea of these weapons are to be able to use them in a way where you have plausible deniability as well. I mean, the idea of covert war and the idea of not a big scene on the CNN news when there's body parts scattered across the body field. Instead, you have a much different visual image of these weapons. That's actually looked at by the military. We wrote about it and quoting their own publications as an advantage because even though it may be more devastating or as devastating, it's not as visually offensive to the American public opinion.
No, you just drop over.
Right. And, when you think about it, the idea of burning someone, first of all, I mean, think about that concept of the Marines and unveiling this as one of the ways they thought, well, okay, let's talk about a use that maybe the public wouldn't object too strongly for. But, the last time we used burning as a basic method of coercing behavior was somewhere back in the Middle Ages, and I hope we're not headed back there. But that's the last time.
Well, I know, but if you don't see charred bodies, if all you see is people dropping dead on the battlefield, well, gee, that's clean enough for CNN.
Yeah, and unfortunately, what we're talking about as well with these technologies, there's so much variability, and yet there's so much unknown as well. We don't know, for instance, what potential side effects our own operators. In fact, the early versions of some of these weapons, the side lobes coming off of the machines actually affected the operators themselves with the same negative effects.
I wanted to ask you about HARP. Now, when HARP is cranked up, do they operate that right on site, or do they operate that remotely?
Well, they have the capability of doing it remotely. In fact, that was what was originally engineered in, were fiber optic links that gave them really high data densities and real high data rates, where they could control every aspect of the facility without ever having to set foot on it. And this is
why would they want to do that?
Well, I mean, there's several reasons you can think of. One is, of course, to get away from the side lobes and radiation with your scientific team. The other reason would be less obvious that the system were operating if you didn't have a full contingent of science.
Yeah, put it another way, don't cook the cooks.
Right. And, and it allows you a lot of the ability to have the facility in a remote location and yet not have a lot of traffic in and out of it. I mean, you can essentially operate it from wherever.
So in other words, you could say, my God, look, what are you talking about, HARP operating? All we've got is a guard at the gate over there.
Right, exactly right. And that's been the standard pitch by the HARP planners. The big change in the last few years on HARP is the amount of public discussion and how readily they respond to the public. I mean, they no longer facilitate some of the international news teams' interview requests that previously were considered.
Oh heck, there was a time. Do you remember? We're going to have a HARP guy on the air, and we're going to have him actually debate with you.
Right.
And I think they decided they just didn't want to do that.
Yeah. And I understand. I mean, certainly we understand that they're uncomfortable talking about some of these issues, and the fact is, that's fine, and we understand the rationale behind it. Our concern has always been not necessarily to say, hey, let's just stop HARP, let's not do HARP, let's not look at any of the potentials there. It has always been, whatever we do there, let's make sure it makes sense, and it lines up with American values.
Well, I would ask if they even know what they're really doing. I'm not so sure about that. And that applies to the Chinese and the Russians, too. I'm sure that if we were to go to the HARP facility, and get to walk the halls in the HARP facility, we probably would not find any pictures of Dr. Begich on the wall.
No, I'm afraid not. In fact, I mean, the whole thing for us has been...
Might find a Dr. Begich dartboard.
Yeah, we might indeed. But, it's a situation for us is this system and systems like it, this whole revolution that the military has been selling the public, and yet only in incremental bites. I mean, we didn't even, as a general population, start to hear much about it until this new presidential administration, yet many of us have been talking about it for, 7 or 8 years now. Finally, they're saying, hey, we're in a revolution of military affairs. We're going to leapfrog ahead of the technologies. Right in the middle of these areas. And these areas are why I think we need a lot of public discussion. Idea of mind control technologies, the idea of environmental systems can be controlled by man's technology.
Let's talk a little bit about mind control for a second. Now, I'm not saying that this is it, but we have kids shooting kids at a rate that is, when I was going to school, this didn't happen.
Yeah.
It just didn't happen. Now, children are shooting children on a regular basis. Yeah. I'm sitting on a story here from Las Vegas, a little 12-year-old who hid himself inside a pet store until all the employees left yesterday, I guess it was, and tortured every single pet he could find in the store after they left to death. Now, this is behavior that is not rational from a 12-year-old. Shooting other children is not rational behavior, and it's recent behavior. And I'm not saying that it's because of HARP or anything like HARP, but I'm asking if it could be.
Well, let's look at that for a minute. Look at the things that create stress in modern society, and one of the things that this is the whole area and the basis for these same weapon systems that are used to target populations. When you think about just the amount of energy surrounding us as a population and how that's geometrically increased and is increasing even more rapidly with the advent of, say, cell phones and cell towers as a new technology introduced to our environment. What we know about this energy is it creates an overall stress level to the body, and that can be measured in any number of ways. But just on a sort of a subjective level, you notice that as soon as the power goes out in a community, at how relaxed your whole body tends to feel as the stress is sort of released. It's almost like exhaling.
That's a very interesting point. It is. It's like you stop and you sit and you go, huh.
And you breathe again, It's almost like you breathe again. And when you think about that low-level stress, and in the urban areas, it's even more intense. I mean, that's why when you go out to the country, you notice immediately, and you stop and think about this, it all makes sense. I mean, as an instrument, the human being is the most sensitive instrument on the planet. Little slight variations in any number of factors can be sensed by the human body in a way that's unduplicated anywhere else by man, at least at this point. But when you think about then the idea that energy can interact with the body in profound ways, shouldn't be so unusual. Even low amounts of energy, it's the amount of how that energy interrelates with the body. A good example, and we use it often, is this flickering effect of light energy from something like a television set, like in Japan, causing epileptic seizures in hundreds of kids.
Yes.
And it was very low energy densities. It wasn't so much the amount of energy.
And it was an accident, too.
Right. It was the frequency, the pulse rate that created an interaction with the human brain that caused that epileptic seizure. And this same low-level energy, these windows of energy that can create changes in the human being at a cellular level, at a chemical level, the same type of concept can be applied to hardware and environmental systems.
Well, here, let me ask you this question. Could one of these weapons or technologies conceivably cause apathy? We're talking about all kinds of emotions.
Sure.
Apathy, would that be one of them?
Sure. Essentially,
where you're lethargic and you're apathetic and you just don't really give a damn about much. That wouldn't be too hard? No.
In fact, when you look at if you study the brain and the activity of the brain in its various emotional states, and then take a signal and drive it in from an external source to recreate or to cause what's called brain entrainment, the brain to lock onto that signal so that the predominant brain activity in the human beings exposed to that signal are the same as they would be if they were in that emotional state, essentially places you there.
Well, then, let me ask you this. Has anybody thought about or ever correlated the timing of HAARP activity with political events? Suppose, for example, that you were running for president. This is just a what if. And you would benefit by an apathetic nation of voters. In other words, if you produced enough apathy, why more of the other guy's voters would stay home than yours.
Right. Would you do it? Well, according to Zbigniew Brzezinski, who is certainly someone to listen to, in his own writings, he says, yeah, they'll use it if they have the capability to influence political outcomes to further political ends. Doesn't matter who's in power. If they think they can get away with it, they'd probably try it. Even for me to say that, I come from a political background, as you said in the introduction.
I know you do, yes.
And, when I look back on sort of my own family's history and the people I've met in my lifetime, would it be beyond some of these folks to do that? The answer is absolutely not. They would do it in a heartbeat. Others, would they fight it with every ounce of strength they have in their bones? Absolutely. But they tend to be in the minority at this particular time.
But you can't fight what you don't know about.
Exactly right. And when you think about all of these things that we're talking about, we've been able to deduce from the literature. We go through thousands of documents to put together our material. When we did Earth Rising the Revolution, it was 4,000 documents reduced to 650 that we quoted. And getting that information and putting it together in a coherent way is a big part of what we do. But when you look at political leaders, for instance, in the Air Force budget, 40% of their budget is black funded. This is of the equipment side of the Air Force budget. That's billions and billions and billions of dollars that the Congress doesn't know what they're handing the money out for. Only a very small number in the Congress get to know that, and you have to hope to God that they have enough intelligence on the intelligence committees to ask the right questions, and I can guarantee you they don't.
Yeah. Jeff in Palmdale, California asks, how complex are these technologies to build? In other words, could the private or commercial sector ever develop them and utilize them to influence government bodies? In other words, go the other way around. If they're not that complex, and they can be, if the Chinese can do it, why couldn't somebody in a private lab somewhere do it?
They are doing it. In fact, we took into the European Parliament on February 5th, 1998, a working model of an infrasound device, a device described very accurately in this Chinese press report that we had mentioned earlier. This infrasound device, when we demonstrated it to the European Parliament, was so compelling that when they passed the final resolution dealing with disarmament issues, they added a clause dealing with the initiation of treaty dialogue to ban any electromagnetic weapon or any weapon that could be developed that would influence human behavior and human thinking.
Oh, there's a treaty we're going to rush over and sign, I'm sure.
Well, the whole idea that to get a political body to get to the point of recognizing the technology exists and even putting that in a formal document is a huge step that no political body, to our knowledge, has ever taken before.
It's a big step, but getting, say, the U.S. to sign that
is near an impossibility at this point.
Hold on, Doctor. We'll be right back. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. Bet you didn't even know these kinds of things existed, did you? Would we use them? Would we have the The cojones to use them, you know we would. Hey, Doctor, I've got an interesting message from Bill in Anchorage, Alaska, who writes, Art, when my cabin shakes, like an earthquake, it usually means 100-mile-per-hour gusts getting hammered right here now. Already heard at least 4 trees snap. Are you having bad weather up there?
Yeah, we're getting some pretty good wind whipping through here. Where I am, it's been kind of coming and going throughout the evening, yeah.
So it's those kind of winds, do you think? I mean, this guy's saying trees are falling over.
We have in south central Alaska a huge spruce beetle kill, so we have a lot of standing deadwood, and with the winds that are going right now, that's probably pretty accurate, especially up against the mountains where the wind velocities.
Holy mackerel.
So yeah, that's happening. as we're talking about weather, we're having a pretty
you might have mentioned it. Oh yeah. My! All right, first time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Begich. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. This is Mark from Montreal phoning.
Montreal, yes, sir.
Since I'm going to go with the tenor of your program and suggest that maybe some of these experiments may be opening other dimensional holes.
Well.
And is there any evidence, any scientific theory, any abnormalities that the doctor has noticed, and also through the Van Allen radiation belts?
All right.
There's kind of two different questions.
Yeah.
The first one I don't really feel like I can answer. I don't really know that. That whole area is kind of out of my realm. The idea of affecting the Van Allen belts is sort of a different question. I mean, what we're talking about and what we've been talking about are the idea of affecting environmental systems. The Van Allen belts have been impacted by thermonuclear detonations, for instance, in the upper atmosphere in the past. The idea that we sort of experiment and then sort of look and see what the result is and determine whether or not it might have been damaging over time, this is a very dangerous approach, and this is the same approach we're taking with the new systems that are being deployed, only these are much more precision. For instance, that whole concept of electromagnetic pulse that we've talked about on and off through the evening, that was first discovered with a thermonuclear detonation in the South Pacific that knocked out power in Hawaii for several hours. And it sort of dawned on everyone then, well, wow, wouldn't this be powerful? Detonate this above the United States or Soviet Union, and you knock out all their sensitive electronics, and that's the end of them. Well, then they started saying, okay, well, how else could we create this without the side effect of radioactive fallout, which is sort of messes up the whole deal?
Because then you've got a real clean killer.
Yeah, exactly. And that now they go, okay, now how do we take energy out of the environment and use it in a weapons application? And if you go back to HAARP again for a moment, when Senator Stevens, the now chairman of Appropriations, first went to the floor of the Senate to get money for the HAARP project, his idea, and he said it was like something out of Jules Verne, the idea of being able to shunt energy down from the ionosphere and introduce that into the power grid as a source of electrical energy. That's where this project started in Senator Stevens' mind when the first $30 million appropriation was given back in 1993. And, where we've come, since then is with a lot more understanding about ionospheric processes, and now those understandings are leading to exactly what was talked about in 1994 as the use of a new weapons missile defense system.
Listen, I want to take a second out, and I want to allow you to plug your books. You've got the original, of course. Harps don't play this, Angels don't play this harp, rather. And then Earth Rising, the Revolution is your new one, right?
Right. And it's probably the most in-depth in terms of all of these issues we've talked about today. And
is it all new, or is it sort of an update as you have learned more?
It is really a new book. We cover HAARP for maybe 30 or 40 pages, and the rest of this, it's almost a 300-page title. The rest of it is on other technologies that people will find quite interesting, many of which we've touched on tonight. But Earth Rising is probably the most complete work of new technologies and the most well footnoted.
Talk right into that phone. Okay, so Earth Rising is the new one, Earth Rising, the Revolution. It's available on my website. We have a link to you right now. How else do they get the book? Bookstores or?
Bookstores, certainly Amazon.com, and I can give a toll-free number, which is 888-690-1277. And for out-of-the-country callers, it's 907-249-9111.
All right. But again, in country, 888 If you haven't heard that in a while, in country. 888-690-1277. 888-690-1277. Earthrising the Revolution. How much is that book?
With shipping in the United States, it's $21.
$21. And it covers these new technologies and sort of takes off where Harp left off.
Absolutely. In fact, it has a chapter dedicated to the issue of mind control technologies. There's over 100 sources referenced there. It has a section on privacy, which is extensively referenced, including biometrics, the kinds of things that we saw being a little bit of experimentation in terms of the Super Bowl, using the images of all these people matched against records.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah,
I was in Tampa. I was at the Super Bowl. I felt so violated.
Well, this whole concept, we disclosed that this would be coming into the mainstream in the United States, and when we released Earthrising in the very end of 1999, and in Europe, and particularly Great Britain, the level of surveillance of civilian populations is just unbelievable.
I heard that, and I almost needed a counselor.
And you've got now in the U.S., the idea that this is happening in the United States, the presumption of innocence is sort of out the window with the presumption of isolate everyone as guilty. And the thing that's disturbing me more than anything is sort of the undercurrent in much of the military writing that really speaks to the idea that an adversary of American policy somehow is a villain in the United States, and to oppose American policy through the means that we have at our disposal within the United States is so fundamental to who we are. The idea that anyone would see that as threatening should be disturbing. We should have the right to say in an open debate our opinions on a number of these topics, and they would just assume that we didn't. And that level of arrogance, I think, speaks volumes to where the risk is also in these technologies.
Well, I think there's a new signal out there that's saying, use oil. Don't think about other stuff. Use oil. A wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Begich. Hello. Hello? Yes, hello.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't think I was on. I was waiting there.
Yes, you are on.
Hi, this is Robert from Los Angeles. Hi, Nick. I really appreciate what you've done, and I've worked in defense, and you're pretty much right on target. You realize that, right?
Caller, before you continue, are you on a speakerphone?
No. There's a tiny echo I sense. Is it better now?
What kind of phone are you on, a cellular?
Yeah, I can
That
switch.
figures.
Well, here, let me see if this is better. How's that?
Oh,
That's
Lord.
better.
Oh, that's so much better.
Okay.
Don't ever use that other thing. That's like Chinese torture. And anyway, you were saying.
Yes, I've worked in defense, and I wasn't sworn to any secrecy, but being around defense, you talk about a lot of interesting things. I've actually witnessed and watched one of those in Nevada, one of those plasma tests.
Oh.
And it was really early in the morning. I was with a friend, and we saw this white orb bobbing up and down. And it just didn't look, it really looked ridiculous. It was we were pretty close to it. It was about the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, and it was a circular round white orb.
Where were you in Nevada?
We were basically from Los Angeles to Vegas. We were out, I don't know exactly where, in the XYYZ road out there somewhere.
Zizix Road?
Yeah, but an opposite side.
Yeah, I know where you were.
There was a bunch of semis out there. We could see in the distance there's semis out there, and they're using that as, I guess, their science lab. But they're shooting this thing that was just going up and down like an elevator.
Well, if you were going to experiment in America, where would you do it? Obviously, you would do it out in the middle of nowhere. You'd do it out in the desert. Basically, you'd do it in my backyard. That's why we see so much stuff out here.
Actually, that is why a lot of these projects were located in remote areas. That's why HARP was located,
of course,
in large part for why it's located where it is. It could have been more central. It could have been in a much different place.
Could have been in Philadelphia, but no.
Well, you need the northern latitudes, but nonetheless, it's so far removed from the mainstream that it was thought to be.
Why do you need the northern latitudes, Doctor?
Well, it's where the magnetic lines of force intersect the planet, and one of the objectives is the closer you are to that, the more easy it is to influence with less power. In other words, to get those higher distances and to transfer that energy through the atmosphere, you want to be as close to the magnetic lines of force as you can be, and you also have to have available large amounts of energy. Alaska tends to have both, so we're ideally suited.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of deploying a weapon system on U.S. soil versus in orbit and a satellite-based system is certainly more desirable, and Alaska has been pegged for the new missile defense system, which actually its construction will violate the ABM treaty.
Well, I saw the other day we had a successful missile test, and they blew something out of the air.
Right.
Is that all kind of, if what you're saying is true about these weapons, ultimately, then what are we doing working on these kinetic things?
These are, the idea of them advancing this, I think that's really the cover story. Certainly they're going to probably even build it and deploy it, but the real systems that are going to work are not going to be ground-to-air missiles. And the number of misses in the sequence of tests, and one of the leading scientists on that project abandoned it, and it was revealed in the U.S. media that this woman abandoned it because they were manipulating the test so that they couldn't miss. And, I got an interesting piece of material that was sent to me on missile defense because it is being considered here, and it's entitled National Missile Defense Corps Messages. And this is what all of the people working in procurement and various aspects of the program here in Alaska are being told to say. And it's essentially their talking points or their key messages that they want out there. And when you look at, how this is being postured and what's being considered, this is an event that is violating a treaty that has stabilized world peace for the last over 20 years. And the ABM treaty unilaterally being abandoned by this administration is going to create all kinds of problems which have already started to reveal themselves. And we were saying this long ago, but it's this whole perception management, the way they script the messages. No one's free to really say what's on their mind. They can only say what's handed them in script form. That's a pretty sad state of affairs. Pretty sad is right. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Nick Begich. Hello.
Hello, this is Marie from Hampton Roads by way of WNIS. My question is, what percentage of the reported cases of panic disorders in America would you suspect could be attributed to electromagnetic pulsing, and could such pulsing permanently render people subject to having anxiety disorders that are irreversible?
Oh, my.
That's an interesting question. Actually, there's a paper that was it's a paper that was contracted by a number of Ukrainian and Russian scientists, and it was published in 2001 by the Cellular Phone Task Force, and it's called The Influence of High-Frequency Electromagnetic Radiation at Non-Thermal Intensities on the Human Body. And that's a mouthful, but the nut of it is they really looked at low levels of in terms of intensity of energy at the high-frequency ranges and the effect on the human body. And what's revealed in this is the idea that the body remembers certain electromagnetic fields in a way that when they come back again the second time or the third time, it reinforces and takes a weaker and weaker signal to create the same effect.
So easier to do each time.
Right.
So her question was, what percentage of current attacks might be, of course, there's no way to really answer.
No way to tell the answer to that.
But her second question was, could it be a permanent effect eventually?
And the answer to that is yes. In fact, the idea that you permanently invade someone's psyche, for instance, with these kinds of technologies, could you drive them crazy? And the answer is absolutely yes. In fact, you had mentioned the idea of chemicals. What we found, and that was from the MK Ultra and the project surrounding the CIA's work.
Right. Well, if they would do that, the physical, we're going to take you and either not tell you what we're giving you, or we're going to force you to take this and see what happens. If they do that, then would they push a button at a distance? Heck yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, we found through Freedom of Information Act requests documents from the procurement sections of the CIA during that time, and they were actually also testing electromagnetic weapons technologies, and we've then found patents going back into the 60s and a number of other things. But the fact is, the MK Ultra program and the program surrounding it involved more than chemicals. They were also looking at these more exotic systems. People remember most of the documents were shredded by Gottlieb and others at the CIA, but the ones that weren't shredded were in the accounting department. What did they buy and what was that equipment?
Yep.
And some of that was eventually extracted.
I'm sure. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Begich. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, yell at us. You're not too loud.
Okay, sorry. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. For Dr. Begich, I live in Orange County, California, and something you said reminded me of an aberration I saw a few weeks ago in the sky almost directly above, just before dark. It looked like heat lightning, only there wasn't a cloud in the sky. And that made it so eerie.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what that might be. One of the things that needs to be kept in mind as well is there's a lot of things being observed, and drawing conclusions or quick conclusions, a lot of people are doing that, and I think we can sort of back off a little bit, wait a little bit, and chances are paper shows up eventually that proves what many of these things are. It's like the flashes, and then what we were talking about earlier, the space shuttle visual image of that ball of energy sort of leaving the planet,
yep.
and then later finding a pattern that says, hey, that's exactly what you'd expect to see. Then you start to see how these things link together, and I think over time we'll see how many of these unusual observations link together. I mean, just a few years ago, there were some observations above storm clouds where energy discharged up into the ionosphere, sprites.
Sprites, yes.
Yeah, and before then, nobody even knew they existed, and all of a sudden, here's this new phenomena, this electromagnetic phenomena. We don't even know what role it necessarily plays in weather generation or communications or anything else for that matter, and that's something we're going to probably learn.
Probably wouldn't be that hard to produce sprites, would it?
No, actually, that whole idea of shooting energy up into the ionosphere and at least getting the same energy densities as might be created from sprites, I think that's possible today. There's another technology, and it's a ionospheric mirror technology using sort of a laser for creating the same effect in the ionosphere as HAARP can create. So what we're finding is sort of this proliferation of other ways to create the same kind of effect, much in the same way as creating, say, a psychological effect in the human being can be stimulated by any number of carriers carrying the right signal. The same is being found out about natural systems. In other words, any number of ways can be developed for manipulating environmental systems.
Well, if there was, Doctor, if there was experimentation going on, wouldn't we see it reflected in first in things like, I don't know, road rage, for example? People who just see, and I understand that it's frustrating driving out on the highways, but all of a sudden we have this epidemic of road rage where people are just screaming, yelling, tossing unkind signals at each other, and sometimes bullets.
Well, I think if there were independent monitoring of some of these facilities and some of these events, you could start to draw some correlations. And this is where I think there's a big gap, and maybe what the earlier caller was really alluding to is what can we see happen that creates international monitoring that we can have some level of confidence in what's going on.
Exactly.
And that's where the answers are going to lie. But ultimately, behind all of this is a bigger question, and that question deals with the whole secrecy syndrome that corporations and government have colluded over the last 40 years to deny the public access to knowledge at a time when we really need this knowledge, because science and technology determines what countries are strong, thereby which governments are strong, and it's incumbent upon all of us to at least have a general understanding, like we're having tonight, about what these things can do, and then the opportunities to debate those and sort of determine.
That's what I want to set up, Doctor, is a debate. And again, you're up for it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to work at setting that up. Doctor, we're out of time, but I want to say again, your book, Earth Rising, The Revolution, is available right now. But can you still get copies, by the way, of Angels Don't Play This Harp?
Absolutely. We still have that available and in print.
Same telephone number?
Absolutely.
All right. Number. All right. So that's 888-690-1277. It'd be a good thing for you to read up on, folks. That's 888-690-1277. Dr. Begich, as always, thank you, my friend. And I guess you better duck up there. It sounds like the winds, 100-mile-an-hour winds. Oh my!
Yeah, it's getting a little intense.
Take it easy. Get under a bed or something. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, and God bless.
Take care. That's Dr. Nick Begich. Big winds in Alaska right now. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Open lines directly ahead. So who knows what we're going to run into? Maybe the shadow people. Listen. Carmine in Milwaukee, Wisconsin says, listen to this now, there's a lot of hot air in Nevada as well. There's no way our government has a massive antenna array in Alaska. You ever hear of airplanes? Everyone would see it and report it. Duh. That's what Carmine says. Carmine, if you have a computer, go to my website and go click on the HAARP website. Just below the name of Dr. Nick Begich, And Carmine, right there, you'll see the gigantic antenna site that you said couldn't possibly exist. There it is. A beautiful photograph of it, Carmine. Duh. We were talking about behavior. I told you I was holding this story, and so you're a late audience. I guess maybe you can take it. Maybe you can't. A 12-year-old boy is in custody right now for what some are saying, calling the worst case of animal abuse they've ever seen. The PetSmart at Tropicana and Eastern, that's in Las Vegas, was the scene of a horrible crime. A young boy apparently hid in the store until after hours and then proceeded to kill and maim all kinds of the store's animals. He crushed rats to death. He killed and tortured birds. He even switched fighter fish to other tanks to watch those kill. The Metropolitan Police Department says it's one of the worst cases it's ever investigated. Police say the 12-year-old boy managed to hide from store employees by crawling between and behind some dog beds. Once the store was closed and the employees were gone, he crawled out and began the killing spree. What godforsaken kind of behavior is that? When children walk into schools and start shooting, what kind of behavior is that? You say it's not new? Yes, it is. It isn't. It's relatively new. So anyway, look, this hour, whatever you want to talk about is fair game. We've got a plane down in China. We're threatening. They're threatening. They're probably taking pictures and doing what they can do, which is what we would do if we had one of theirs. Cloning, I did mention that in the first hour. A bunch of cloned animals are beginning to die early. They're just up and dying. Their immune systems belly up, and then they're belly up. And they're getting ready to clone a human being. What do you think? Anyway, it's up to you. Anything you want to talk about is now fair game. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Kevin from Helena, Montana.
Hi, Kevin. Extinguish your radio for us.
That's what I'm doing right now.
All right.
Okay, I only get to listen to you at the wintertime when I'm working at night shift, and I remember a couple of years ago, you had a couple guys call in, and they said they shot a Bigfoot.
Yep.
I think it was in Oregon.
That's correct.
And then I went back on summer, or on daytimes, and I never heard anything about it.
Well, the answer to the end of the thing is that these guys did indeed say they killed a Bigfoot.
Right.
They were prepared, as a matter of fact, to lead me to the body. They were going to dig up the body. It was two of them.
I remember that.
But the problem is that the audience, during the course of the program, scared the hell out of them. Virtually said they'd be accused of murder.
Right.
And so they decided that it wouldn't be such a good idea. I mean, who wants to get charged with murder? And so they disappeared pronto.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay. I have one favor to ask. My wife is sitting here. After I get off the phone here, could you play her that Bigfoot sound that you have?
You want to hear that?
Oh, yeah. I want her to hear that. It's just an eerie feeling, or eerie sound.
You're all goofy.
She thinks I'm goofy because I listen to you. I run a loader at night on a crusher.
Are you goofy? Are you goofy?
At times.
Are you?
At times I am, but I really enjoy your show.
All right, now here, I'll tell you what. Tell you what I'm going to do. You wouldn't say a bad word on the radio, would you?
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right. Have your wife turn the radio up.
Turn the radio up?
Yep, turn it up now. Rarely do I ever tell a caller to do that.
Okay.
Turn the radio up right now. All right, here we go. Here it comes. Well, there you have it. Now, I guess I've waited just a few more seconds, and as soon as it's done, why, have her turn the radio back down again. Have her turn it down?
I turned it down.
All right, put your wife on the phone.
Okay, hold on.
Hello?
Yeah, now, if you were to hear that in the woods, and believe me, this is authenticated as the sound of a Bigfoot recorded in the woods, what do you think?
Well, I'd probably be pooping bricks.
Pooping bricks? I appreciate that. Put your husband back on. Pooping bricks is what she said,
yeah,
sir.
right. And now we go camping a lot up here in Montana. And
well,
now,
at least you used to, huh?
Yeah, no, we still will. And now I just tell you, you hear that sound, you be sure to wake me up.
I appreciate the call. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Right. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Carol in Sacramento.
Hi, Carol.
I'm so sorry. Every time you say something about that kid, the 12-year-old that had to do about the animals, I have to turn you off. I can't even hear it.
I know. That's why I held it to late in the show, so not too many people would turn it off. But it's such an example of behavior.
But yes, I do believe they are, the candidate.
Well, you hit a tone or something. What now?
The Manchurian candidate. No, I'm.
Oh, the Manchurian candidate.
I think they're practicing on a lot of young kids just to see what they'll do, and isn't that the most horrible thing?
If true, it is the most horrible thing. Yes, thank you. The Manchurian candidate syndrome. Well, maybe. Certainly, you could conclude that if there was experimentation going on, that the young, most impressionable minds would be the first affected. Isn't that true of everything? Not in the older folks. Diseases come along, and who does it get? It always gets the young people and the old people first, right? They are the first affected. Those with the either undeveloped immune systems or the slightly worn out immune systems, they are the first to go, right? Right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Rick down here on Old Cape Cod.
Cape Cod.
Yes.
All right, Rick.
Yes. Sorry I missed the talking to the doctor there, but we have this PAVPAW radar, PAVPAWs, and there's 3 of them in the country, one in Sacramento, one in Bangor, and one here on the Cape.
Yes.
And they do, the one on the Cape, it can observe aircraft in Europe. Okay, now what's weird, I've been on the Cape, most of my life, and the weather patterns have really shifted, and there's a 30-degree spread where we don't get any weather here on the Cape. We get it, on the islands south of us, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket,
right.
And Boston gets hit,
right,
and we get nothing. The skies
they were changing, sir.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. It's obvious our weather is changing. Everybody's noticed.
Yeah, and the skies just open up. And
Matt Lauer hasn't noticed, but everybody else.
Yeah, and then we've had a tremendous amount of aircraft activity, including the EP3. I was a former aerospace engineer, but the EP3, we've had C5s, we had S3As that are sub-killers, flying up and down the coast all night long.
Now I wonder what they're up to.
Well, they're having fun.
Having fun.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Yeah, you take care, too. Having fun. Modern-day fun, it just may not be the way it used to be, Don't forget our international line open. Give it a try out there, no matter where you are in the world, and whatever you want to say. 800-893-0903. We want you to test our... in fact, go to my website and look up the phone numbers for international access and try them, and then try the 800-893-0903 thing and see if you can get through. We're really experimenting with this, and we're in a continuous dialogue with the phone company, too. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi there. This is Dave over in Las Vegas.
Hello, Dave. How's Vegas?
Oh, very good. It's nice and beautiful today, as I'm sure you saw.
A little windy.
Oh, yeah, but I can live with the wind. But the problem is, I just can't live with these kids going out there and creating mayhem and killing the animals like that.
Yeah, I'm sure this one, since it happened in Las Vegas, is probably hitting you guys pretty hard.
Oh, yeah. Well, back in the olden days, we were taught sportsmanship. You don't shoot an animal unless he has a fair chance to get away. Now, going into a pet store and killing little animals in a cage that are defenseless like that, it just shows a lack of morality and maybe even more. Maybe it's like the cloning that's going on. You find that the animals are starting to get all these horrible diseases and die and these things like that. Maybe our genetic code is breaking down some way, and it's like this kid that goes and kills the animals. They wouldn't do that back in the 1880s. They had more respect for life.
They didn't do that back in the 50s. There were isolated cases of things that happen. But look at go to the school shootings. Those didn't happen as late as the 40s and 50s. It never happened. Now it happens all the time. What the hell's changed?
That's right. Maybe our genetic code is breaking down and we're devolving.
Maybe it is. They said that's why the Greys were abducting us, because their genetic code was breaking down. So maybe that happens to every society after a while.
Perhaps. Maybe we'll have to go out and find a new genetic strain to boost ours up, because I'm telling you, this is getting to the point where every day you turn on the TV, you find a school shooting. You find some kid throwing another kid off the building.
Some new horror. Yeah.
Some new horror, exactly.
I agree with you. All right, thank you. I don't know about our genetic code changing, but maybe it's frazzling at the ends. Who knows? I just know something has certainly radically changed. I had a quote earlier in the show. I wonder what I did with it. I'm still trying to figure out what to do about the shadow people, by the way. It's like, what do you do? Pick up the phone book? Shadow people expert. Here we go. There's the number. I mean, there's no such thing. I got thousands of emails about that. What am I going to do about that? Who is the expert? Who do you talk to about that? Anyway. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, good morning to you, Art.
Turn your radio off, please.
I am turning it off right now.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Chris over in Hawaii calling from KHVH, I'm sorry.
KHVH
the
is
big
one.
830.
That's right.
And I got several items for you tonight. I wanted to report to you about the Friday night you were asking people from south of the southern latitudes if there was any glow in the sky.
That's
and
right.
Definitely that night there certainly was. And
you saw it out there in Hawaii?
That's right.
Wow. I know that I got email from the Virgin Islands. I got it from Puerto Rico saying they saw it there, which was astounding, but Hawaii.
Well, we weren't seeing. It was more of a glow in the northern part of the sky. It wasn't.
Yes.
I wasn't seeing northern lights or anything, but it was definitely a.
No. Those are northern lights. What you weren't seeing were the shooters. The movers. But if you saw a glow, you were seeing northern lights. Believe me.
Okay. Well, it was definitely glowing. Now, the other thing I wanted to tell you about was my own experience with a shadow person.
What am I going to do?
Before I get into that, there's something I want to say to you personally.
Sure.
Okay? And that is, you've been talking a lot about leadership, okay?
Yes.
I heard you mention the other night that you're a libertarian.
Yes.
Well, I am too, and I really feel strongly that it's probably a reasonable alternative to the parties that be. Now, Harry Brown, a good fellow though he may be, may not have what it takes to be the president. I nominate you to be a candidate for president if you chose.
No,
I mean, telling you got the savvy, you got the intelligence, you got the bully platform.
Well, you want to really hear something perhaps sad?
What's that?
I think I can do more from here.
Well, Ronald Reagan was a great communicator, and he started out in radio, okay?
I know.
And can you imagine a ticket that goes like this? Art Bell for president with Richard Hoagland as vice president, and if you won, you could put Richard Hoagland in charge of NASA. What irony that would be! I mean, that's a nice.
It would almost be worth it just for that.
Oh, absolutely.
To see Richard march into NASA to head it up, to see people dropping dead in the halls. And anyway, sir, you called for an obvious other reason of.
Well, that's it. The shadow person.
Yes.
Okay, now I have throughout my life I've caught those glimpses here and there. I really don't, it's something you keep to yourself because you go, well, I must be imagining things or whatever.
I know everybody kept it to themselves until I opened it up, and now I don't know how to stop it, and I don't know how to address it. And where do I get an expert?
Well, here's one thing I would say. Okay, now. When I was much younger, I used to take a lot of psychedelics, okay, and I've never seen a shadow person under the influence of LSD or psilocybin or mescaline, nothing like that, okay? However, I did take what was called the witch's drug, belladonna, one time, okay?
Oh, yes.
And I saw a whole world of shadow people, okay? And I'm wondering if it was an altered state in which, it's a specific, very specific altered state.
Well, of course, you know what people would say, but I would be quick to say, sure, it's possible. Maybe it opens the door for that sort of thing. And maybe you were just having utter delusions, for taking the drug. Who knows? It could be either way. I'm really troubled. I'm telling you, I've had thousands of emails now on this, and I don't know what to do about it, but I've got to do something. On the international line, you're on the air. Good morning. Where are you, please?
I'm in Hong Kong. My name is Ben. How are you doing, Art?
I'm doing all right. What are you doing in Hong Kong?
I've been teaching here for about 22 years.
Oh, that's right. You called one time before.
If I did, it would have been from Eugene, Oregon. I've been listening to you since '96, and I was on a teaching sabbatical in Oregon.
How hard is it to get the internet in Hong Kong to be able to listen to this?
Oh, easy. I use a real player. I've got you, from that on the web. Tune in on my Macintosh. Very simple. I'm about to leave the office.
Yeah, I was. Oh, I see. It's what, afternoon there or something?
It's about 5:25 p.m. I'm just about winding up, and I was listening, and you said you'd like to hear from an international call. This is experimental, and it's very easy to call you from here.
How did you do it?
The access on AT&T is dial 800-96-1111, and then there's a computer message to dial in the number you want.
Huh.
And I dialed your number, and didn't even get an operator coming in. Usually, there's an operator coming in asking, "Is this a collect call or not?"
Huh.
And with an 800 number, usually you can't even get through because you can't do that collect.
Well, that's because we have a special deal. We had the first international 800 toll-free line in the country right here. And did you get those instructions from my website?
No, I've used AT&T before, so I knew how to dial. Although I don't dial 800 numbers in the States with that, but I have dialed it occasionally, but very rarely. I usually use something else, which is a lot cheaper.
Well, listen, while I have you, I really want to ask, as you know, we're really going round and round with China right now over this airplane that's down on the island.
Yeah, there was a demonstration here in Hong Kong at the U.S. consulate about that yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, Hong Kong people don't normally demonstrate against the United States, but there were about 70 or 80, I think, that were demonstrating at the consulate against the United States.
Is it generally thought there that the U.S. plane was, in fact, violating Chinese airspace?
Well, most people here aren't talking about this because there's something else about China that's got them a lot more concerned, which is the disappearance of mainland, or actually, well, they're now Chinese scholars who are of mainland origin have been disappearing there.
Oh.
People have been going from Hong Kong, not even on professional business necessarily. And in the last week and a half, it's been revealed that people have been seized as far back as August.
Oh, my. Listen, my company's paying for this, and they have infinite amounts of money. So can you afford to hold on through the break?
Sure.
Okay, then stay right where you are. Just kidding, boss. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. This is my bumper music for my China caller, China Grove. Just for him.
Very much. I like the Doobie Brothers. And I like your choice in music in general.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And since you're calling from China and you said something so dramatic, I wanted to let you follow up on that. What's this about people disappearing, please?
Well, since last August, it's been revealed that there are at least three that we know of, three scholars. One of them was based in the United States. She was in China with her family, and they detained them. They let the husband and child leave, but I believe she's still there. Her name's Gao Yan. And then there are two others. One of them was based here at City University. We have about 7 of these tertiary institutions. Mm-hmm. And he went to visit a friend just across the border in Shenzhen one night, and they lost track of him. And it turned out he was arrested.
Gee, Shenzhen is supposed to be the safe place there.
Yeah. Well, it's the one that's got more capitalism, that's for sure. But,
that's right. But I guess the political control remains as it is further up in China.
Oh yeah. And then there's a third guy who was actually teaching in Guangdong in Zhongshan University. His family is here in Hong Kong, and I believe, I'm not sure if he had Hong Kong residence or U.S. residence, but his family is here, And then he also, it turned out he was seized, and I believe in his case, it was as far back as last August. The woman I mentioned, that was a few weeks ago, and the guy from City University who went to Shenzhen, that was also very recently.
Does anybody have any idea about motive? In other words, why were these people seized and what happened to them?
We're all speculating. It doesn't, I mean, the research that these people were doing, well, the one from City University, he was said to be very non-controversial, very non-political. The one who was in Zhongshan, is speculated. He thought that his work was controversial. That he was doing some research on China's support for North Korea during the Korean War, and also Chinese involvement in Southeast Asia. But
that would do it.
My impression. Well, I don't really think that's so.
Well, you might not.
Well, I've got a colleague who I think is much more controversial, and he went to Beijing over Christmas to visit family, and he came back with no problem.
Mm-hmm. Are you at all concerned about, I mean, after all, even though it's Hong Kong, it's already reverted, and are you at all worried about saying the things you're saying right now on an international phone line when you and I both know they're monitored?
I've been thinking about these things for many years, but I also think it'd be a betrayal of self to not do that. I've been teaching courses in political philosophy for 20 years, and I deal with issues like anarchism, libertarian thought, critical views of Marxism, so I'm not about to suddenly stop after I've been doing this for 20 years, and I've got a book on China's nuclear weapons program, which I put out 10 years ago, so I've dealt with this a long time.
Well, I really, really appreciate your call. And number one, I hope you will call again. Number two, I hope you'll keep me apprised of what's going on with this story. Because I have a lot of friends who are going up, about to make trips into China. You know,
well, are they Chinese or these are non-Chinese people?
These are non-Chinese people.
Well, it seems, as I said, these three, they're Chinese, and not only are they Chinese, but they're of mainland origin.
Gotcha.
They're not of Hong Kong origin. They're people who are born in the mainland.
Well, I fully understand, but we have 24 airmen right now that are, as you know. So, all right, listen, thank you very, very much, and call again.
I will, all right.
All right, take care, all the way from Hong Kong, China. We'll be right back. Well, all right. Let's once again give out that international number. We just snagged Hong Kong, so give it a shot. You've got to learn how to do it. Our website will give you some information, or you can ask the AT&T operator. The 800 toll-free line from anywhere in the world is 800-893-0903. 800-893-0903. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art.
Hello.
Well, about these shadow people.
Yes.
I'm a shadow person hunter.
You're a shadow person hunter?
Yeah, well, I don't really call them the shadow people. I call them the bad dream people.
Well, yes, but in a lot of cases, in fact, most cases, these so-called shadow people are seen by people in a waking state, not dreaming.
Right. But what I've discovered is that they are the products of our bad dreams, or not bad dreams, but just the in other words, bad side of us.
Do you mean, for example, then, that if you were asleep dreaming, you might conjure up a shadow person that somebody else might see? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. What they do is they enact the more darker side of ourselves. Some people call them golems.
Well, then, if you knew that somebody was conjuring up a shadow person, it wouldn't be hard at all. You just say, "Hey, stupid, wake up."
Well, no, I don't know specifically what people are doing. I mean, this is like more on a collective subconscious level that these beings are being conjured up and running around and doing bad things.
Well, how do you?
So I go and I just hunt them down and I slaughter them.
You slaughter them?
I slaughter them. Well, I'm up to 137. I'm hoping this year I'll get.
You have killed 137 shadow persons?
Yes, I have.
God, that's carnage.
Well, they killed someone close to me, so it's like a
vendetta.
Well, a mission.
Well, vendetta.
Well, vendetta.
I mean, if you're doing this because they killed somebody close to you, then it'd be a vendetta for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, that's even shadow people. 137. My. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I have a idea for a segment that could drive an open line section.
And that would be?
Okay, given the events on the sun.
Yes.
Today.
Yes, we missed that. Can you imagine, sir, we missed it by 2 days. That could have wiped out every satellite we've got, in which case I wouldn't be on the air tonight. A lot of us probably wouldn't have computers. The Internet would be down, electrical lines, and we'd be in the dark. All kinds of things would have happened if that thing had hit us head on.
Well, consider it by a factor of 10. Say that, a week from now, the scientists came out, so there's no use in holding back the truth. The sun is going to go supernova in 3 days.
Oh.
And there's widespread panic, and it's the end of humanity.
Yes.
But then, our friends the Greys pull up.
Yeah.
And they say, look, there's no time to explain. We've been watching you. We're not going to let humanity be lost to the sands of time. But the problem is we only have one mothership in the area. So we can only save 100 of the best examples of humanity.
Yeah.
Who should go?
And who would decide who went? Who should go?
I think that, pose that question, I think it would generate some interesting discussion.
It would indeed. 100 members of humanity.
And what kind of materials, what kind of technologies should they bring? I mean, what represents humanity?
Well, I don't think any regular people would go. And as far as the House, the Senate, and the executive branch are concerned, it would be a matter of, longevity. And they'd all go, and we'd sit here and fry. Do you really doubt that?
I think there would be a lot of furor over it, but perhaps...
Well, of course there would, but there was furor over their pay raise, too, but they got that. Right?
You're probably right.
So we'd be frying. We'd be crispy critters, and they'd be up there legislating. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Anthony in Fairbanks.
Hello, Anthony. How's the weather in Fairbanks? Because it sure isn't very good in Anchorage.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's getting up into the 40s almost during the day now. It looks like spring might finally be here.
Yeah, but I mean, they're getting like 100-mile-an-hour winds in Anchorage.
It's been a little windy around where I am, but not really too bad.
Okay.
Anyway, I had a comment about the shadow people.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've never personally seen any of them, but do you remember the Patrick Swayze movie Ghost?
Yes.
Do you remember what came for the bad guy near the end of the movie after he had died?
Yes, yes, indeed. Well,
yeah, that's what brought to mind.
There are some people who say that these are death's couriers.
Mm-hmm. My guess was they were shocked that you could see them while you're still alive.
Well, yes, indeed, and I suppose seeing one, if you think they might be death's couriers, that would be not good.
No, it wouldn't.
Not a good omen.
And I had one other question.
Sure.
I know you have Ed Dames coming up later this week.
End of the week.
Yes. Is his Mindfire course available anywhere? Because I'm not even sure where to look for it.
Absolutely, and you're going to find out all about it at the end of the week. But
okay.
You know something?
What?
This gigantic mega flare we just had?
Yes.
Sure sounds like a shot across the bow to me.
Oh, yes, it does.
I appreciate your call.
Bye.
Thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I had a couple of things I wanted to bring up. One was I'm a Canadian. I'm
a tasty Canadian.
Yeah, I'm a retired Aurora pilot, which the Aurora is.
Wait a minute. The Aurora is our airplane, not yours.
No, it's the Aurora is a Canadian version of the P3 Orion. And the
Aurora it was developed, I understand, at Area 51. And
No, not the super advanced.
This is some other Aurora?
Yeah, it's a copy of the U.S. Orion and the Navy's
right.
EP3 Ares.
Oh, I see. All right.
And I'd say, as a pilot of one of those, the contention that it ran into a fighter jet, regardless of whether it's being flown by a Chinese or not.
Doesn't make a lot of sense to you.
It's like saying the Zamboni cut off my Ferrari. It's a big lumbering.
I think the only real question is, I mean, we'll never really know what happened up there, but I'm with you. The only question is, were we in international airspace, or were we, after all, it is a spy plane, or could we have been over Chinese airspace?
You know what? I think that's something that I think that's something we'll never know.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we'll always say we were over international space, and they will always say we were over their airspace.
They have to.
Yep.
Right?
Well, I understand CNN is reporting now that we are allowed to see our 24 crew people. However...
What about the pilot? I heard that we're not allowed to see the pilot.
Well, yeah, that he's missing or something, yes.
Yeah.
And I know I heard that, too. I'm not sure what the story is there.
Did he wander away from the airport? The other thing that I wanted to mention was, again, about the shadow people.
Yeah.
I heard your show the other night, and it floored me. I was almost in tears.
I had people write to me who were in tears because they've been seeing these creatures, whatever in God's name they are.
I've seen them my entire life, and the only people I've ever told were my parents when I was little, because I didn't know it was something wrong. I thought they were just part of nature.
Yeah, well, if you'd told a flight surgeon back when you were flying that plane you just told me about, you'd been on the ground so fast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I told my parents, and based on their reaction, I didn't tell anybody for years. I told a girlfriend when I was about 18. And
how did she react, out of curiosity?
She thought I was nuts. She had a real problem with it. She was fairly religious and just automatically assumed it to be
evil.
And so from those two, I just learned to keep it quiet and doing what I do. Doubly so. I mean, I'm a normal guy, and I can't have that kind of thing. I've got a wife and 2 kids that don't know, and to hear people talking about it, I don't know if it's the same thing. I can't say for sure, but a lot of it sounds so similar.
I know.
It's spooky.
I know. I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I've got to find somebody who knows about it. I appreciate your call, sir. And to my audience, I would, I guess I would ask if there is anybody out there who really knows about this phenomena and really has studied this phenomena. Anybody you could recommend to me as a guest on this phenomena. Email me at artbell@mindspring.com, artbell@mindspring.com, or if you are yourself somebody who has investigated this phenomena, I want to talk to you. We've really opened a door here that is not going to close until we get some closure. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Let me turn the radio off.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, good. Hi, Art.
Hi, where are you? Where are you?
Pretty good. I've been in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay.
You were talking about that demented 12-year-old in Las Vegas?
Yes.
I think it's TV, movies, music, popular culture in general. I have 2 nieces in a town near here. They don't have cable. They don't have satellite. And such would be totally unthinkable to them.
Well,
these things were not thought of when we were kids.
Oh, wait a minute now. There's millions of kids, millions and millions, who have video games, television, satellite, cellular phones, like you're on now. Anything in the world that you can imagine, modern technology, they've got it all, and they don't go berserk.
There's always the 1%, though. Would this 1%?
It's not even 1%. It's a zillionth of 1%. And but I just can't believe that these things you say.
When did we start noticing these problems? Wasn't it 30 years ago or so?
I think about 30 years would be my guess.
When the nightly news put the Vietnam War in our laps.
Yeah. It wasn't just that. There were a lot of things that went on in that realm, that span of time. Not just that.
I really didn't believe it myself. I thought, kids are smarter than that and everything. But when I first saw Apocalypse Now, which was a very strong movie,
yes,
I came out of that theater just a little warped. But I'm an adult, and I shook it off and said, we got to watch this. This is weird.
That was a pretty warped movie, actually.
Yeah. And you see this almost that bad on TV every day. The TV show Tour of Duty, which I think is a pretty good rendition of Vietnam, is on every afternoon.
But look, when I was young, we had on TV people killed Indians by the thousands. I mean, thousands of them. Just boom, boom, boom. They'd pull the wagons in a circle and they'd kill Indians like they were in an arcade.
Up close and personal?
Blood, guts, and gore and veins. Not so much. They pretty much just fell off the horse, sometimes in a very spectacular fashion. And sometimes even the horses got shot.
You remember the tail end of the movie, I think it's called The Bounty Hunter, Rutger Hauer?
Yes.
Where he put the grenade in the terrorist's mouth?
Yes, yes.
And said a bad word, screw the bounty?
Yeah, something like that, yes.
Stuff like that. They see this stuff every day. They are so desensitized.
So you think it's just...
we recently had a boy, 14 years old, but as big as a grown man, kill a little 6-year-old girl, a niece or a cousin or something, doing a wrestling move he saw on TV. Children don't understand what they're doing. They have no conception. They see these things on TV and think, gee, I can try that.
They brought that up. I know of that case, and they brought that up in the court, and it was tossed right out on its ear as a motivation, as a defense.
But
are you aware of that?
No, I work nights, so I try to sleep days, but it doesn't surprise me that they would throw it out. Poor little baby, pat him on the head and send him back out in the streets.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I appreciate your thoughts on the matter, and you might be right. I don't know. I hope you're not, because if you are, then we're doomed, aren't we? Because that's not going to change. The violence and all the rest of it on television, in the movies, all over our culture, that's not going to change in entertainment. No way. Because that's what people are paying for. Follow the money. So people want it, and what people want and are willing to pay for, they will get. Well, listen, we're out of time. I'm sorry that we're out of time, because every line, including the international line, is ringing, so que sera. We'll do this again tomorrow. Try and be here for that. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. Good night. Back now to Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. Hi there, you two. We're back on. All right. Now, here we are in town. They're beginning to suspect you strongly and the other guys of murder. Maybe Dallas, maybe all of you. They don't know, and they keep asking questions. At some point, according to the movie, they wanted you to take a lie detector test. Is that right?
That's right.
I imagine you thought pretty hard before you decided you'd take it.
Well, not really. We all knew that we were telling the truth. There was no doubt of that. And we certainly knew we didn't murder anybody. And they wanted us to go down to the county seat, which we did the following day. And they had it all set up for us. They had a lie detector man up from Phoenix, DPS, State Police Polygraph Operator. His name was Cy Gilson. And he looked like a mean guy.
In the movie they made him look like Mr. Friendly, and everybody said he's the best, you'll be happy with this, and all the rest of it.
To today he sort of looks like Mr. Friendly, 20 years later. But back at the time, he looked pretty stern, and he acted real stern, and he was very intimidating. And there was a little conference that went on before these started early in the morning. It was a Monday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And he really had us intimidated pretty bad there, to the point to where after he went to set up the machines for the lie detector tests, some of the guys, including myself, were feeling just a little bit uncertain. We were a little bit afraid that just by the way this guy acted and the intimidating manner in which he talked to us there, we were afraid maybe there was some government involvement.
Oh.
But it turned out that just wasn't true. It was just simply a feeling that we had that maybe this guy had been bought off, and we were all going to fail these tests, even though we were telling the truth.
Well, that's what I would have been worried about. That I would feel intimidated, probably like Cato Kalin in front of Marcia Clark or something, and my pulse would start racing, and the machine would say I'm lying.
Yeah.
that about right?
Well, no, we weren't worried. We knew we were telling the truth. I had no idea how polygraph machines worked. We just were basing our feelings entirely on his attitude. He was a very stern guy and very experienced, obviously, and it was just the way we felt because of the way he was acting. It made us feel very intimidated, and we felt like he was being too skeptical.
Mm-hmm.
He was acting extremely skeptical. And he'd pop me on the back of the arm with the back of his fingers, on my arm with the back of his fingers. And he'd say, "You're not lying, are you?" And pop me on the shoulder,
Boy. I'd be thinking he's trying to get the graph to spike.
Well, he had us intimidated. He definitely did. And
all right, well, so you all took it, and, the impression I got from the movie was that one of them was inconclusive, but that the others had all passed.
Yeah, and the inconclusive one, of course, was Alan Dallas. But not because he wasn't telling the truth. Him being the person he was at the time and involved in a few more things than anybody actually knew at the time,
He might have been afraid they were going to ask him something he didn't want to answer.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He was really on the spot, and he was concerned about being in that position, and I guess that something happened. Never have heard the complete explanation. But, these lie detector tests, it's not just like they ask you a series of questions once. They actually go through it at least 3 and maybe 4 and even 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Each test actually involves several series of questioning. Each series of questioning is pretty much identical, but the whole thing altogether per person took 2 hours or more.
Oh boy.
So you really get grilled, and so you don't just go through the thing one time. What happened is Alan had gone through like 2 run-throughs of this thing. And somewhere along the line, and more or less in the middle of the testing series, something happened between him and the examiner where Alan got mad, thought that indeed this guy was bought off by the government for some reason, and that in combination, that feeling because of something that the examiner had said to him. And so he gets up and he pulls himself loose from the machine and he stomps out of the room and came back. And I think he was like the second one tested. There was one before him, and he had drawn the straw for second, and I'd drawn straws for like fifth or something like that.
Mm.
So at that point, I volunteered to go in ahead of my scheduled 5th place in line and went next after Alan because I figured that somebody needed to cool the situation down. I knew that we couldn't just all get up and walk out because of Alan's anger, because knowing Alan's personality, I figured that his reaction there was more his personality than anything. And we didn't want to have this thing end that way. So I went in next, and the examiner kind of explained a little bit of what happened with Alan, but he wouldn't tell me a whole lot. He just said, well, he thought I was the next one in, and only those guys knew who was in order because we'd drawn straws among us to go, in order. But once in there, he went ahead and convinced me by talking to me that he was on the up and up, that there was nothing, going on here. He hadn't been bought off. He was just doing his job.
He was going to give you an honest test.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the way he presented this to me. So I went ahead and was tested then. And the whole thing, went normally. And then the next couple of guys came in and everybody got done. It didn't finish until late that night because it took so long for each one.
Ooh, that's a big process.
Yeah. The examiner really went through a day there.
And then they kind of at the end of that day, they said, well, everybody seemed to be telling the truth, and there was one inconclusive, would you say, is Dallas. I want to clear something up about Dallas before we go on. Travis, Dallas had a cut on his hand?
No.
No?
Well, he may have cut himself at work, but it had nothing to do with any fight that we had.
So that was movie stuff.
Yeah.
They were trying to imply that there had been some fight between you and Dallas where he might have gotten that cut.
Yeah, there were theories, about chainsaw murder and that sort of thing. And the movie went out of their way to sort of add suspicion or questionable circumstances that weren't really there.
Well, they need a story.
Like there was no National Enquirer in the truck that day,
Oh, really? No. Now, see, had I been you, Travis, or you, Mike, I'd have been really angry about that because the clear implication was you guys were sitting around the truck, yucking it up, drinking some beer or something, and read this story and decided to perpetrate a hoax. That was the clear implication, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that was the reason they threw that in there, was to add suspicion. And the movie, ignored a lot of, corroborating evidence and threw in a lot of suspicious things that never really happened.
Yeah, but that one would have made me angry. Would have made me angry. Because it cast doubt on all of your characters.
Well, there is one thing Travis passed over there between him and Alan. Alan did nearly hit him with a tree that day.
Yeah.
Oh, that was true then?
Yeah.
I'll be darned. Did you think, Travis, he was out to get you, one way or the other? Or pick a fight with you or something?
Well, yeah, and I think that that may have contributed to his anxiety in the testing, because the thrust of the question was, do you harbor ill will towards this guy? But, even though he knew he didn't kill me, he was in a situation where, if he denied ill will,
sure,
he'd be lying on the test, and that would show up. And if he admitted it, then they would just fuel the suspicions that were directed towards him, and so I think that's kind of added to his anxiety.
All right. I'd kind of like to, Travis, try and ask you about what you can remember. The movie, Travis, showed, of course, very specific things. The movie showed that you were in a cocoon-like area, almost like a beehive or something. Did they take this from your description, Travis?
No, they just, as a matter of fact, the script that I was given didn't have that sequence aboard the craft in it at all. It was totally missing from the copy I was given.
Yeah, I understand. Travis, what do you remember?
Well, there were certain things that occurred in the movie that, sort of symbolized things that I underwent, left you with the same kinds of emotions. But as far as the actual events were concerned, none of it was really there, except in symbolic form. There was no cocoon. There was no... The ship itself looked very clean and hospital-like. It was not all trashy and organic.
That's very different. Very, very different. So, you lost consciousness, obviously, when the light hit you.
Right.
And what is the first thing that you can remember after that?
Just pain. I was just coming to, and I was in a lot of pain. And I didn't come to very quickly. It was kind of like in and out for a long time. And I was kind of half conscious and half wondering what had happened to me. I could hear movement around me. And I even remembered approaching the craft, but I figured that I'd been injured somehow and that I'd been taken to a hospital.
Were you lying on a table or in a bed?
Yeah, I was lying on my back, and there was a light above me. And
I know what you mean. You're kind of half conscious, in and out, in and out. I've been there myself. So you slowly came toward consciousness.
Yeah. And there was this thing lying across my chest. It was kind of like holding me down. I wasn't moving too much because it hurt, and I felt really, really weak. But when I finally got where I could focus my eyes, and made out these faces that were standing over me, they were not doctors. This was something that just totally blew me away, is the appearance of these creatures.
Can you describe them? Can you remember generally how they looked?
Well, they were humanoid. They were just large eyes, kind of large cranium, no hair.
No hair.
It was just such a shock. It was just, combined with the pain and not being able to breathe, it just flipped out.
Were they just standing around you, or were they communicating among themselves? Can you recall?
Well, they were, kind of standing over me. At least one of them was closer than the others. And when I saw them, I just involuntarily sort of lashed out at them. And I was just so weak that it was just more of a push than anything. And my arm hit him in the chest and knocked him back into the other one.
Did he feel, I've never talked to anybody who's hit an alien before. Did he go over easily?
Yeah, it was much lighter than I expected.
Huh.
Even though I was so weak, he just fell back quite easily.
But he was solid substance.
Yeah, sort of soft and spongy, but, it was as real as anything.
And he got pushed backwards.
Yeah. I was in a lot of pain and having a lot of trouble moving, but I managed to get to my feet and back away from them. Their thing fell off of me.
What fell off?
Well, this instrument. I don't know what it was. I don't know what they were doing to me, but whatever was going on, I was putting a stop to it.
Did you have a feeling that they didn't expect you to wake up?
Well, looking back now, but at the time I was just total confusion. I was in such pain, I wasn't really fully conscious, but at the same time I was, just hysterical. So it was just kind of this animalistic sort of instinctive fear.
Yeah, I hear you. I would be too.
Just screaming and lashing out at them. And they stopped when I did that and turned and left the room simultaneously. They all just turned and went out the door.
Huh.
Oh, there was only one way out of there.
It was, can you describe the room? You said it was like a hospital. Was it really hygienic, white color, or?
No, it was metallic, but it was just very bare and it was featureless.
Incidentally, did you have any sense of movement, Travis? Presumably you were in a moving craft. Could you?
No, I felt no movement.
No movement.
I didn't hear any sounds, like mechanical sounds in the distance either. I wasn't in the most tuned in state, but, I just don't have any memory of anything like that.
All right, let me try this. From the time that you were hit with the light until you began to raise from unconsciousness, how much time do you guess passed?
That's something that really bothered me because, the time that I recall aboard the craft, even though I was hysterical, and it kind of affects your perception of time.
Sure.
Couldn't have been more than an hour or so at the most, probably less than an hour. And in this span of time, even though I was missing for 5 days and 6 hours, I don't know where in there this conscious period occurred. Whether this coming to was soon after I was taken on board or later on.
Well, how much, if you had to guess, how much total conscious time can you remember spending in that craft? There were 5 days in real time that went by. To you, how much time went by?
Well, it just seemed like a matter of minutes, In retrospect, at the time, it was just like forever. I got to get out of here. It was just total panic. But, it was just less than an hour, probably.
So it felt like less than an hour in the craft total?
I don't know whether there was some sort of time dilation or contraction effect going on here, or if I was just unconscious the rest of the time.
Maybe it was the last hour before you were actually returned. Maybe you were unconscious for a very long time. I know that in the movie they examined you when you got back, and they said you had not eaten or had anything to drink in 5 days. Is that accurate?
Well, the medical tests are kind of, I don't know. I need to look into this perhaps, but they say that if you haven't eaten for 5 days, that you'll have certain chemicals in your urine that will, it'll
begin to show up in your urine. Yeah.
No, but, I don't know. Is that true of an unconscious person? I don't know.
I would imagine so. In other words, the body's processes, conscious or unconscious, continue, and if you have not had nourishment in that time, then I would imagine that would be so. So you spent an hour of conscious time in that craft. Did they ever come back into that room?
No. I was afraid they would, though. I was really terrified of that. And they'd gone out this hallway down to the right, so I just took off to the left, just running.
Oh, wait a minute. There was an open door?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. I figured they'd have locked you in, but they didn't.
No.
So you just walked out?
Yeah.
And they went to the right, so you went to the left. Yeah, that'd be my choice, too.
Yeah. Well, I tried to find a way out, and push some buttons and controls and things, trying to open a door. Crazy, desperate sort of things, but this was interrupted by a person, a being coming in who I took to be human. I figured I was saved, and when he motioned for me to go with him, I went, thinking that he was saving me, rescuing me. And he led me out of this craft.
Out of a craft?
Yeah. And at this point, it was parked inside of what appeared to be, well, it was either a building or a part of a larger craft.
Wow.
And again, I felt no movement, Getting outside of there, the air was much more breathable. The light was brighter. Seemed
so you were either walking out, you walked out of this one craft either into like a hangar or a building or another craft. Who could tell, I guess, huh?
No.
But it was completely enclosed?
Yeah, there was like panels where light was coming through, whether these were artificial lights or actual sort of translucent windows, I don't know. But I didn't get too much a chance to look around. He hurried me out of this large room, down a hallway to another room where there were some more people like him.
All right, that's where we're going to have to break it off. You two take it easy for a few moments. It's a great cliffhanger point anyway, and we'll be right back. It absolutely is. I make no guarantees about getting to the telephone. We're going to let this story unwind as it needs to unwind. And in just a moment, we will return to our guests. Travis Walton, the abductee, Mike Rogers, the crew chief in the group in which Mr. Walton was present when he was abducted. And we'll get back to them in just a moment. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning wherever you may be across this great land of ours, from Guam out across the dateline, all the way east to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, where I'm going to go visit one day, south into South America, north all the way to the pole. This is Coast to Coast AM, worldwide, of course, on the Internet. All right, now, to that portion of the show promised, he does not do frequent interviews. Barely ever does them. As a matter of fact, that really goes for both of these gentlemen. I now would like to bring on Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. So let's do it one at a time and be sure we can get them planted properly. First, let's go to Mike Rogers. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, good. Let's see if we can bring Travis on. Travis Walton, good evening. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, excellent. We've got you both just fine. All right. I don't know where to start. I sat down and watched Fire in the Sky again and took notes this time. And so I guess I'll kind of move through it the way they did, except I would like to not do it the way they did, with the flashback in the beginning and then the story taking up. Mike, you had a government contract of some kind with the Forest Service?
Right.
What was that to do?
Well, we had to thin out the trees that were damaged and diseased and whatnot after a logging operation and pile the debris. Basically, it's just kind of an ecological program that cleans up the forest after logging and makes the trees grow better.
All right, and you were the crew chief for that?
Right.
How big a project was it? How long were you going to be up there?
We'd been on it about a year and a half at that time.
Oh, I see. All right. So
it was a pretty good sized contract.
Exactly. You were married at the time, Mike. Are you still in a divorce status?
Right. I haven't been married now for many years.
Okay. I guess at the time also the movie went into the thing that you had some financial troubles.
The movie took a few liberties. I wasn't really having financial troubles. I was having troubles trying to live the American dream and have quite as much as I wanted, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And then it covered a little piece where Travis drove up on a motorcycle and wanted to start a motorcycle shop there. Is that right, Travis?
Yeah.
So you did do that?
Well, we had, various businesses we thought we might get in together, but, the motorcycle thing was more kind of my idea. I don't know that Mike and I had plans together.
So the movie at least was pretty true in that area?
Yeah, I was kind of into motorcycles at the time.
All right.
Still am, I guess.
Yeah. Scene shifts, and you guys are on the way up to the mountains to do the contract. And on the way up, Travis, you got into kind of a bit of a friction with Alan Dallas.
Yeah, well, he was kind of a wild guy, and he'd had a little friction with probably several of the guys on the crew at various times.
You guys arrived okay at the work site then, worked all day, left the work site around dark. Was it already dark when you left?
Well, not quite dark. It was getting dark. The sun had gone down and it was darkening.
Okay. Then you, on the way down, I guess, you both saw something, some sort of glow or fire in the sky. The way the movie made it look, I've seen fires at night, and it looked just like a fire in the distance, kind of lighting the horizon. Is that about right?
Well, we could see it through the trees, and, first we didn't know really what it was. We thought it might be a forest fire, but it was more of a golden color rather than a red color.
And then it apparently moved?
Well,
did it look like a fire was spreading, or did it look like just the whole thing was moving?
We were just puzzling over a lot of different things. Nobody really talked about it while we were looking at it because, there wasn't that much time. We saw it, and, I heard the guys kind of one by one fall silent from, the various conversations that were going on. So I assumed that they were all looking at what I was looking at, but nobody said, starting analyzing out loud what it was. There was more, what was going on inside of our heads.
If you'd have had to guess then, would you have said fire or plane crash?
It was puzzling, because at first I was thinking fire, but then the light seemed to be coming from higher above. I knew the ridge top was just a little bit above us, but this was from higher above that. So that's the reason the plane crashed. Maybe it was like hanging up in a tree or something.
And I guess we ought to identify exactly where this was. Where was your work site?
It was the highest area up on the Mogollon Rim, forested region up in the mountains of Arizona.
And so you were at about what altitude, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
7,500 feet.
7,500. Oh, you were way up there then. All right. Then in the movie, as they always do in movies of this kind, the radio started to go crazy. Is that also accurate?
Well, we didn't have a radio on at the time.
So that's a little dramatic license they took then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. At any rate, did you guys head toward this, or did you just keep going down the road and that took you closer to the light?
Yeah, that's the way it was. See, there was just no other way out of there, and we had no choice but to keep going the direction we were going.
All right, and somebody yelled to stop the car. Was that you, Travis?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was me. As soon as we got around this group of trees, this thicket, to where we could see the source of this, somebody in the back yelled out, "It's a spaceship," or something like that. And, I mean, it was unmistakable. It was so close that, everybody knew what it was right off the bat. Nobody needed to say what it was.
Okay, in the movie, and again, it's, I'll tell you what the movie did, or I'm sure you know what the movie did. They showed it to be a craft, but then at other times they showed it to be sort of a living light almost. Did they get that right, or how would you describe what you saw?
What we saw was very distinct as a mechanical object with, hard, angular edges. It didn't have the shape that they gave it in the movie. Now, the guys described it as looking to be the color of molten metal coming out of a blast furnace. But, they're talking about white hot, golden hot,
Sure.
So, they gave the craft in the movie a kind of a molten red, flowing sort of look that wasn't really the way it was.
How far, if you had to judge, either one of you who saw it, how far above ground was it? If you were going to guess.
Oh, I don't know, 20 feet.
20 feet? Oh, that's not far. In other words, it was way down below the tree line.
Yeah.
Oof. So that's close. That's a close encounter, all right. Then the movie, Travis, shows you getting out of the truck. Is that right?
Yeah. I was thinking that this thing was just going to zip off and be gone. The way it is when you catch sight of a wild animal in the woods, you're just going to glimpse it and it's going to be gone. And so I was in a hurry to get up to it before it left.
Here's where I got to stop you for a second, Travis. In the horror movies, when inevitably the lady, you hear this noise, this horrible noise, and inevitably she goes to one place she shouldn't go, down to the basement, where something eats her. So in other words, here you are with a pretty frightening thing going on, a ship hovering, 20 feet above the ground or something, and you get out of the truck and go under it?
It's kind of a crazy impulse.
When you think back on it now, can you remember what you were thinking when you did that?
Well, I was kind of given to impulsive behavior back in those days. It certainly, changed me, and I'm not that way anymore. But, at the time I was just thinking that, it'd be gone and I'd miss a chance to see up close. And plus, the guys were really alarmed by what I was doing, and
they were yelling at you to come back to the truck.
Yeah, they were, and getting pretty excited about that. So, that kind of egged me on. So, okay. But I was having serious misgivings because as I got closer to it, it didn't take off.
I understand. Was there any noise?
Yeah, it was a very strange sort of a sound, kind of a high-pitched, cyclic sound with some real deep tones that just, it seemed to be so deep you almost couldn't hear it.
Would you describe it as real loud or just there?
Well, it was just there. It wasn't tremendously loud at first, but then when I got closer, and it suddenly got louder and it started to move. And it rose up a little bit, and that really scared me. And
they're still yelling at you, Mike. I'm sure you're still yelling at them from the truck, right?
Oh yeah.
Is your recollection of it, Mike, like his regarding the craft itself and the noise?
Oh yes, yeah. In fact, there's little difference, if any, between all the guys that were there in the descriptions of everything concerning it, from its distance to its size to its look and the sound that it was giving off.
Okay, at this point, there's 6 of you in the truck?
There's 6 in the truck, yeah.
6 in the truck and Travis
Page 7.
out there under the craft. So there's Travis under the craft. How much time went by, Travis, before your memory either ends or that bolt of light hit you?
It was just seconds, because as soon as it started to move, I jumped for cover and I made up my mind to get out of there and get back to the truck like they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I raised up to go, wham, that's when I went out.
Just at the very moment common sense overtook you. Now, in the movie, it showed this bolt of light that came down and literally threw you up in the air. Is that accurate, or is that dramatic license?
So what they did there in the movie didn't quite look the way it actually happened. In fact, the movie didn't make it quite dramatic enough. The movie did some things that were a little exaggerated. In other places, they under-exaggerated, and that's one of the places where the movie didn't make it as dramatic as it was in real life. The thing that hit Travis, whatever it was so powerful that it blew him back like an explosion. It didn't gently lift him up and throw him back like that. It was his going backwards was the result of a very hard blast of some kind. Like I've described it many times as like a hand grenade going off in front of him, and he was blown backwards, literally.
Wow. And Travis, is that where your immediate memory ends? In other words, were you out cold?
Yeah, I just kind of felt a numbing sort of a shock, but it was just, I was out instantly.
Out instantly. All right, then at this point, we shift back to you, Mike. There he is, laying on the ground. Looks like he's been blown up by something. And that's when the panic hit the fan, I guess, with you guys. At least that's the way they showed it in the movie, and I can imagine that's the way it was. What did you guys think?
The movie depicted that real well right there. It's almost identical to what happened afterwards. I mean,
total panic.
It wasn't, I don't even know if it showed in the movie 2 or 3 seconds before I hit the gas. I think I hit the gas more
or less.
Immediately seeing him hit the ground.
You thought he was dead?
Well, he looked dead flying through the air, and he sure looked dead when he hit the ground on his back. He didn't even flinch, didn't make a motion when he hit the ground.
Okay,
so rolled up around him, and we were headed down the road.
I can imagine you were, and you say it was almost immediate. You didn't want to end up like you thought he was.
Right, it was a panic situation.
All right, so then they showed the truck just careening down this road. I don't. How fast were you guys going? Do you remember?
If they could have actually taken footage of that truck going down the road, it would have looked almost exactly like it did in the movie.
Wow. And then careening is the right word, hitting things.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Smacked the mirror, busted the mirror off, There were actually humps in the road, which they didn't show there, humps that were bulldozed up mounds of dirt to prevent erosion. And every time I hit one of those things, the truck would go flying.
Oh, mackerel.
And, crash down on its shocks real hard. And
all right,
yeah, it was a real crazy panic flight.
How far down the road, still going down the mountain, right? How far down the mountain did you get? How much further away from the scene did you get before you started talking about stopping and going back?
Probably not even a quarter of a mile. Me and Ken Peterson, who was sitting right next to me, the one sitting between Travis and I on the front seat of the truck, he was the next oldest to myself. He was only 2 years younger than me. He was 26, I was 28.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like the next oldest. Travis was actually 4 years younger than that. But Ken and I both seemed to realize about the same time that, here we are flying down the road like this. But it was like, as soon as I could see that it wasn't following us, as soon as you could tell from looking in the rearview mirror and the other guys looking back, and it's not following us, whatever it is, it's still way back there. We've got a quarter of a mile distance between us. In fact, in the trees, we've lost sight of it. And then it's not quite so panicky. It's like, what did we do? We left Travis back there.
Yeah, in a way, you're like Travis. Common sense returned about a quarter mile down the road.
Right.
So it hit both of you really the same way, utter absolute panic. I do understand. And so then you finally stopped the truck, is that right?
Yeah, did stop the truck a quarter mile down the road, just hit the brakes and stopped.
All right, both of you, hold on 1 second. We'll be right back to you. My guests are Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. All right, back now to my guests, Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. Hi there, you two. We're back again. Travis, I just got a fax from somebody in Washington, and they asked the following. Though there are many questions I'd like to ask both Mike and Travis, my main question is, why the human-type being, the one who showed Travis the star map, was never shown in the movie?
Yeah, that's very curious, and I've always been really amazed at how many times I've been interviewed over the years in which this being is just kind of like excluded from the report. It came off that way from the very start. And to me, the amazing similarity to human is this could be the key to the whole thing. And for people to just ignore this. Maybe, Travis, the movie makers thought, gee, how pedestrian or how common to show somebody who looks like a human, and they wanted to just show aliens or alien-looking beings. Yeah.
Could that be?
Yeah, I understand the reason for it, but, in a commercial sense, but
sure.
For me, trying to figure out what's going on here, this seems to be a key element.
Did this human type, was he as human as anybody else, or were there any differences?
Well, there was something odd about his eyes that I never was able to really pin down,
All right. Did he say anything to you?
No. I was really trying, but I thought that maybe it was because of this helmet that he was wearing.
A helmet?
That he couldn't speak to me or hear what I was saying or something. But when he took me to these other people and they didn't have helmets, I started over with the same, torrent of questions, and they didn't answer me either. They just started to
where
on the table.
Where were these? Okay, he took you out of the one craft into what was another craft or a building, and to some other beings.
Yeah, human-looking beings.
Human-looking beings.
And they just, put me down, forced me down on this table. I started to try to fight back at that point, and I was still too weak, and there were too many of them. And they put a mask over my face, and I went out real quick.
In the movie, of course, it showed this really weird membrane-like stuff being put over you, but it was a mask, and you went out. It was anesthesia of some kind.
Yeah. Apparently. I just went out real quick, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the roadway outside the town nearest where this happened.
Okay, that's something they never showed. They showed you at a sort of a gas station store type affair, all curled up and naked.
Yeah,
and wet, I might add. So
it wasn't raining, and I was dressed. But I looked around after the craft left and figured out where I was.
What kind of condition were you in?
I was still kind of weak, and still a little bit of pain.
Cuts, bruises?
No, not like that. I was just kind of psychologically blown out, I was just really...
Probably glad to be back on Earth.
Oh, yeah. I just ran just as hard as I could down across the bridge. There was some lights on in this one building.
Did you? Let me ask you, Travis. Did you know where you were when you regained consciousness and looked around? Did you recognize where you were?
Well, at first I didn't, but I figured out the stretch of road and the lights down there where I must be, and then ran down into the town. The closer I got, of course, the more I knew that it was the town.
Sure.
And to make a long story short, I finally was able to telephone my family, and they came and got me.
In the movie, of course, you telephoned Mike. Is that? But you did not.
It was another brother-in-law.
It was another brother-in-law. And he came and got you. In the movie, it showed your condition was terrible. I mean, you were all curled up and screaming and not very with it. Is that right or half right or all wrong?
Yeah, that was basically how I was dressed, though. I thought it was the same night. I didn't realize how much time had gone by.
Wow.
And then on the way back, they said something that kind of let me know, could feel your face. I had this 5-day growth of beard. And look at your watch, and so much time had gone by. It was quite a shock to me. I just kind of broke down at that point.
As you look back on this now, Travis, do you think you were taken just because you were crazy enough to walk out there under that craft? Do you think they decided you were a target of opportunity? Do you have any idea what they wanted with you?
Well, it's all just speculation, but a lot of people, try to suggest that they were waiting for us there, but, I think that it was just kind of an accident. At least I prefer to believe that this was just a bolt from the blue, so to speak, no pun intended. And it's just a one-of-a-kind sort of incident that I can just put behind me and get on with my life.
Well, I know that you both really love reporters, don't you?
Well, there's been a few good ones, but, we've had a lot of trouble with people getting it right, either intentionally or unintentionally.
Well, I know I'm interviewed frequently myself by the press, and I worry most about that when you talk to a newspaper reporter, inevitably. I mean, it's like they have to get it wrong or something.
Yeah, it's not, sometimes it's not like anything malicious. It's just basic facts, people's names, dates, places. It's just never right.
Well, that's why radio's better.
It really gave me a lot of insight into looking at the news. When I see things going on, I always wonder what really happened there.
I understand. But a few of them have had it right.
Yeah. Here and there.
If you were to guess, and I know it is just speculation, but again, you think it was just all sort of happenstance. Do you have any guesses about what they did with you for that time?
Well, it for a long time it was just something that, there was just it was like there was just a fragment of things and you didn't really have enough information to go on. And it was just something that would have just driven me nuts, to try to piece something together from what I remembered at the time. So I just sort of put it out of my mind and tried to get on with my life and live as normal a life as possible and not just constantly delve into it.
You didn't end up being consumed by it, wanting to go to a hypnotherapist and get regressed and all the rest of that sort of stuff?
I was invited to go to a lot of gatherings and approached by people who had similar sightings. And to the greatest extent, I've avoided that, and just tried to get on with my life. There's a lot to adjust to and a lot to cope with. So.
Yeah. When you go through something like this tonight with Mike and you sort of go back through the whole story again, is it like reliving it?
Yeah, it never felt to just get me all wrenched up inside. And for a long time, I didn't talk about it hardly at all. But when the movie happened, I was kind of in a situation where, I was being pressed for large numbers of interviews all of a sudden. And I was afraid that it was going to just make me so sick of the subject I never could speak of it again. That it would just build up to a point where it would get worse and worse. But actually, it's kind of had a desensitizing effect on me.
Yeah.
Even though, it's still there to a certain extent, I do, feel a little easier to talk about it than I used to.
All right. Right at the end of the movie, Mike, this is for you, they rolled something that said, and I think this audience ought to know, that another lie detector test was administered and every single one of you passed.
Well, there were only 3 of us that took this new series of tests. What happened was there was a fellow by the name of Jerry Black who caught wind of the movie being made just as the movie was beginning to be filmed back in the summer of 1992. top it off because he said that, this whole thing is a hoax. Jerry Black was a personal friend of some major skeptics, although he himself is a believer in the UFO phenomena. And that was his first initial approach to this thing. And then after launching eventually a whole new investigation into the thing, because Jerry Black is a UFO investigator, he came to the point to where he thought, well, what we need now is some new tests, because the first tests, everybody took them, everybody passed, even Alan Dallas, of course, according to the police report that was finally came through after all these years, showed that Alan passed part of the test that he took.
Mm-hmm.
But what Jerry Black wanted for his own personal conclusion to his investigation was a new lie detector test for me and Travis and Alan Dallas, who he considered to be the lead characters of the thing. Alan, because Alan was not only a lead character, but was the one who had an inconclusive test in 1975. So in February, first week of February in 1993, just a month and a half before the movie came out, we all submitted to a new lie detector test, and Jerry Black chose the same state police polygraph examiner, Cyrus Gilson, who then had 20 years experience, something like that. He had been in it all these years since then, and he was a very experienced examiner at the time in 1975. And by this time, Cy Gilson had worked to develop equipment and machinery that is unbeatable and is computer assisted in analysis. And Jerry Black was very convinced that the last niche in this investigation was these new polygraph tests. It would just polish it off. So we finally, reluctantly, but finally agreed to these tests and took them. And Travis, as a matter of fact, took two. He was in there all day long taking lie detector tests, two separate tests with two separate lines of questions.
I was about to ask that. Travis took one himself.
Yeah, well, Travis took one years ago back in, when this, right after this happened, and passed it. But, this was first time that Travis had taken a test with the state police polygraph examiner.
And the new whiz-bang technology.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we all three passed the test to the highest degree of possible.
And then what did your skeptic friends say?
They haven't said anything about it to this day since. The major skeptics have never come forward in the last 2 years to say anything about these new tests.
Well, it is widely regarded as one of the best documented cases ever. There's no question about it. Let me go back just for a second to that moment when Travis phoned home, so to speak. And how did you get the news, Mike? It must have been pretty important to you. Here you are, missing a friend, probably accused in the minds of many of having committed murder. And all of a sudden, bang, Travis is back.
It didn't happen like that with me. I wasn't the brother-in-law he called. Again, like I said earlier, they kind of used my character throughout the movie for a lot of things. Even though I was present throughout this entire time and a kind of a lead character in the thing, they gave me the role of doing certain things like calling the police initially, and then again being the one that Travis called from telephone booth,
Right. No, I understand that you were not the one called, but surely somebody at some point picked up the phone, called you, and said, guess what?
Well, see, this is where I kind of got left out. Everything that happened when Travis's brother and brother-in-law went out and picked him up, he was actually had already been transported down to Phoenix and was beginning this process of being analyzed by doctors and hypnotists and psychotherapists and every expert that they could throw at him. I didn't even know that he was returned for almost a whole day after he had actually been returned. Nobody had even told me for a long time. Of course, when I did learn of it, I was elated. I was thrilled. I was relieved. And
well, you see, what happened at the time was my brother had been watching what had been happening to my mother, and the way the police and the media were just unmerciful. She'd had to be sedated and the kinds of things that were being done to the family and in the community and everything. And they just felt that you know, he said, oh, that mob is not going to get hold of this guy.
How were they treating it in the media, Travis? Well, you must have read all the clippings now. Were they making a big joke out of it? Was it a murder mystery in the media? What were they doing?
Well, you know, it was one theory after another, you know. Of course, right at first it was just a murder, and then it was a drug hallucination, and then it was a transitory psychosis. It was just one thing after another, you know.
I'm sure they tested you for drugs.
Yeah, the medical tests revealed no trace of any drug in my system. All my psychiatric tests were perfectly normal scores. But, you know, there was no end to the sorts of accusations, however baseless. And, you know, it turned into, you know, a long series of attempts to try to set the record straight.
So they got you in Phoenix. They put you in the hospital in Phoenix, huh?
Yeah.
And came at you with what, a battery of tests and doctors to come in and have little conversations with you?
Yeah, that sort of thing. EKG, EEG, you know, the whole shooting match.
Did they find anything wrong, anything, for example, that physically could have caused you to go into a coma-like state, say, for 5 days?
No, nothing.
Nothing like it. Wow. So what did you do, Mike? You heard he was back. You heard he was in Phoenix. And after you sighed a big sigh of relief, I'm sure, because you were accused and your friend's back, what did you do?
Well, obviously, I wanted to get down there and see him, you know, but I wasn't able to do that for another couple of days more. It was like maybe 3 days before I was actually able to see him for the first time. And this is one area where the movie Fire in the Sky actually got real simple. They showed him in the movie being put in a local hospital and treated very normally. The hospital was quiet, and I snuck in there during the night and got past the nurse to talk to my buddy for the first time, you know.
That's right.
And in reality, this thing was a media circus. There were a whole team of doctors and people there, and they had him bound up for several days before I was able to ever get a first glance at him.
Couldn't hardly go anywhere, walking across the parking lot of the hospital. Hey, there he is! There he is! That kind of stuff.
No.
It was just crazy, you know, it was crazy stuff. They put me in the hospital under an assumed name.
Oh, so...
that kind of delayed the media.
But at some point, they saw you walking.
Yeah.
How were you going to handle it in the media, Travis? I'm sure you thought about that. You know, what am I going to say to him?
Well, you know, I was just a country boy. I wasn't really very well-versed in these kinds of things. I didn't know how to handle it, you know, and I guess I was a sitting duck at times.
So did you talk to him, or did you tell him to get lost most of the time?
Yeah, I just wasn't up to talking for quite a while, you know.
You still don't like talking about it, do you?
No, it's still kind of upsetting, but, you know, I feel that it's important to set the record straight.
Maybe it's important for you, too, because every time you go through this, maybe a little, you know, like another piece of it or the pressure of it falls away from you a little bit.
Yeah, just a little.
All right, you two, stay put. We'll be right back to you. My guests, Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. The story of Fire in the Sky. Only this is the real thing, and we'll be right back. For some craft to come back and for you to then understand exactly what happened and what it means in the larger scheme of things.
Yeah, in other words, we would like for the mystery to be solved. You know, by somehow, maybe not being the person that gets out there and solves it, but, you know, it would be nice for it to be known. If it's going to remain a mystery, I'd just as soon get on with my life.
Yeah, I can understand that, wanting to get on with your life. Travis, what, of your whole experience, of what you remember of it, what was the worst and most terrifying moment for you? I mean, when you flash back on it and you think of the worst, what was that worst moment?
Well, you know, suddenly seeing them and the way their eyes just seemed to into me.
Does that haunt you still?
Yeah, it does, and that's been, something that's been in the center of every feeling, not exactly flashback, but when I think back, that's the part of it that just is the most intense.
Other than when some a crazy person from the media like me comes along and talks to you, is it getting now to the point where you think about it less and less, or does it still come to you regularly?
Well, I work at not letting it. When somebody brings it up, I never bring it up, and I just never bring up the topic of conversation.
I can't blame you. Are the two of you now close? Would you both say you're close since it, or what?
Well, we were close, prior to the incident, and we had a falling out in the interim, but we've kind of patched things up, and we're getting, to where we more like it was before.
Were you really close friends?
Yeah.
Best friends?
Mm-hmm.
What about the others? Do you stay in touch with them? Have they fallen away?
They've just fallen away. Most of them, are other states, and we rarely talk to them since this happened.
Mike, for you, in the movie, it showed your wife at the time kind of in a crisis and not believing you, and ending up crying and not believing you. Is that about the way it happened?
Well, she did believe me. That was, I think they just did that for some sort of personal drama there going on, and kind of an explanation for why there was eventually a split up between us. But as far as her wondering what to believe, that wasn't just her. That was all of our relatives, Travis's family, my family. I think everybody struggled in that way. And my wife at first didn't know what to think. And in the movie, they didn't actually show her saying that she didn't believe me. They just
that's right.
They believed that by the way they did it.
Yeah, they showed her crying as though she couldn't say, yes, I believe you,
right,
or something
but
like that.
she did have an awful hard time with the community, and she was in a personal crisis as a result of that, and that was instrumental in our divorce.
Well, I'm sorry. Are you still in touch with your children?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, eventually I got real close to my family. I've been close to my children, especially all along, but it's not like my family was taken away from me. We've always lived in the same town.
What do you both think now, Mike? Do you think your family completely buys the story?
I don't know one that doesn't.
Travis, same deal. You think your family buys the story?
Yeah.
Well, you're both.
And a lot of people here in the town, over the years, it's grown more and more in favor of it, because as one theory after another just sort of fades away, I mean, the evidence against it comes forward. People are forced to face the facts, and belief has grown.
Well, I imagine it would, particularly with the latest lie detector tests.
Yeah.
The movie did a lot for it, too.
And it's partly a personal thing. A lot of people that I meet very often remark that, they're skeptical, but after meeting me, it changes them. And, all of the actors in the movie, said the same sorts of things.
Well, it seems to me as though the real story, as you two have told it tonight, is to me a lot more convincing and a lot less trying to throw doubt in the mind of the audience than the movie. I mean, they threw doubt at several places with the tabloid newspaper that never happened, all the rest of it. When you guys sat down and you watched that movie for the first time, how would you describe your feelings after seeing it? Were you amused, upset, angry?
Well, it kind of became apparent to me in a sort of a gradual way that how these departures were being made, and I fought against that as best I could, and successfully to a certain extent. You should have seen what they wanted to do.
In other words, as the movie was being produced, you had some input?
Yeah, but, you know, no power to veto things. I was just able to get them to not do certain things.
Every now and then say, hey, you guys are nuts. This didn't happen.
Yeah, and I kind of wore out my welcome, I guess, but, you know, I kind of faced the fact that, you know, they had commercial considerations and they were just going to do what they were going to do. And so, when it came time to see the movie, I'd kind of, come to terms, at least in part, with some of it. So it was kind of like an emotional, reliving in a way that was pretty intense.
All right, probably just one more question. I had my own sighting, you two, and I thought really long and really hard before I admitted it publicly because of the job I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I might not do it again. And I guess that's my question for you. If it had not been for Travis being abducted and you all had just seen this craft and instead of losing Travis, you'd taken off back to town in the truck, would you have told this story or would you have kept your mouths shut?
I would have kept my mouth shut. That's
yeah, if there was any way that I could have, you know, had it totally under myself to decide whether or not to tell what happened and could see into the future how things would happen and how I would be treated, there's no way I'd say a word about it. I wouldn't recommend that. You know, it's not worth the grief that the world is going to give you.
And it has been a lot of grief, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, I want to thank you both for telling the story as it really was. And as I promised, I will get both of you copies of this program.
Oh, thank you.
All right? Thank you both for being on the air with us.
Thank you, Art.
Take care. Good night. Travis Walton and Mike Rogers. And I hope that you all enjoyed this. I ended up not taking any calls because I wanted to get the story out. I thought it was an important story. These two strike me as very, very honest individuals. And I was very impressed by the story. So I'd like to take a second out to tell you that if you would like a copy of this program, and I can imagine that you would, it's probably one of the best renditions of the Travis Walton abduction. You can get it by calling 24 hours a day, beginning right now, 1-800-917-4278. Once again, 1-800-917-4278. Back now to Travis Walton and Mike Rogers. I'll try to give them equal top billing here as we go along. Back with you again. So, Mike, the truck stops, and you say what?
Well, Ken and I looked at each other, and nobody said anything for a moment.
No.
And I said, you know, finally, we're going to have to go back, you know. And somebody in the back, Alan, I think, yells out, what? You know, we left Travis back there, and you know, he certainly looked hurt. We need to go back. And, of course, you know, a quarter of a mile down the road, it didn't take very long to get there, the speed I was traveling, and this is not something that took well. We started arguing about this, and after a couple of minutes, we got out of the truck, all of us but one, I think, and we stood out there on the other side of the truck away from this thing because I'd made a left-hand turn, and now this thing was looking back to the north and across through the forest there, and I really couldn't see any light or anything at all. We put enough distance between us and the forest was thick enough through the quarter of a mile of foliage there that we couldn't see a thing.
Yeah, dark again.
Right. And we're standing there in the dark. It was even a moonless light. There was a sliver of a moon just about to go down on the horizon, just a sliver. And it was really getting quite dark there. And so after a little bit of a hectic discussion, a wild and crazy attempt to explain what had happened to each other, there was no sense going on there at all, really. The only sensical thing was that Travis is still back there, and we don't know what happened to him. We don't know what's happening to him. we need to go back. It wasn't very brave of us to leave, and we need to go back. And finally, we just made the decision, at least Ken Peterson and I made the decision that we had to go back. Unlike the movie, where in the movie they had the guys stand there by the road, that's one difference there. In reality, everybody elected to get back in the truck and go back rather than stand there in the dark.
Oh, that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I would think the other guys would resent the way the movie portrayed them.
Well, yeah, there has been a little of that. Well, for all of us, I guess. There's been the good and the bad as far as the way we looked at the movie, but this was one particular difference that made a lot of difference to me because it made it look like I was the only one that went back at all and had any, look-see, when in reality everybody went back. And one thing that made it easier for us, and I think was kind of the reason why we just went ahead and went back, is because as I was rounding the truck to get back in my door on the other side of the truck and the other guys are getting in, we looked back over in the direction that this thing had been, and a light, this thing never really got above the treetops. It just, you could see the light finally, and it lifted up and streaked away to the northeast.
Oh, my
street.
God. Well, now, see, they missed that one in the movie, too, really.
Uh-huh.
So you're saying the craft, and you were how far from it? Still a quarter
of a mile away.
Quarter of a mile away, and you saw it lift up and streak away at this point.
Right. It was so fast, and, you couldn't see it clearly because you're looking through the trees. Remember, these trees right next to us are reaching to the sky, and there wasn't any way that you can see anything clearly, but you can see through the foliage. You can see this light a quarter of a mile away raise up and streak away.
Wow.
And
all right, so at this point then, everybody piles back into the truck, and you go back up the quarter mile to the site where you last saw Travis.
Well, there was a little more discussion that went on there, but it takes a long time to explain these sort of things. But yes, we did go back, and it'd been maybe 15 minutes at the most before we actually went back to the site.
All right, gentlemen, here's where you get to take a rest. We'll be right back with you, all right?
You bet.
All right, both of you stay right there. Stay planted, everybody. I've got guests. Mike Rogers, who was the crew chief, along with Travis Walton. Travis is also here. And we're talking about an incident that occurred, an abduction, the abduction of Travis Walton, as depicted in Fire in the Sky, and sometimes not as depicted in Fire in the Sky. In other words, we're getting the real story. Travis had already encountered the vehicle, the craft, whatever it is you want to call it, and it had thrown a light on him, zapped him backwards, literally almost blowing him up. Mike and the rest of the guys had taken off down the hill. They were down the hill, as a matter of fact, about a quarter of a mile away, finally decided to turn around and go back and get Travis as soon as they calmed down after that truck careened down the hill. And they're just about to start back up, and we'll get to them in just a moment. Let me take care of the commercial continuity right now. Back now with Mike Rogers and Travis Walton. Welcome back, both of you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, so here you are, I guess, headed back up the hill with everybody in the truck. You're going to find Travis, and I take it you go up a little slower than you came down.
A lot slower. Yeah, we headed back up there, and very, very slowly, very cautiously. We were still in a mild state of panic. I mean, it wouldn't have taken much to cause us to turn around and run, but we were headed that way, and we did get back to the site where this had happened. Upon doing so, since the thing was gone and there was no trace of it, it took a little bit of time to actually make certain that we had the right clearing. But once we had done that, and we're certain we had the right place, and we're sure that we were in the right spot, we took a flashlight out of the glove box and shone it around there while we were still in the truck. Not seeing anything, shone the flashlight into the clearing where Travis had fallen, and he wasn't there either.
No depression in the ground like in the cartoons, you know, a Travis Walton depression in the ground?
Well,
nothing like that.
This was 90 to 100 feet away where he fell, 90 to 100 feet from the road.
Right.
And so, you know, you couldn't have seen a depression from that distance. But there was a slash pile, a pile of logging debris there in the middle of this clearing, which Travis had been standing next to when he'd gotten hit. And so we used that as kind of a locating device, and he wasn't anywhere in that clearing that we could see.
Brother.
So we just shone the light around for a while, still being very cautious, very timid, frightened, completely mentally overwrought. Just, you know, emotions were at a high point.
You were probably in a state of shock.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that we were. I mean, I know what shock has been explained to me like, and I was definitely in a state of shock, and the other guys later on explained their feelings of it similarly. But we eventually pulled the truck up into the clearing where the headlights of the truck shone right into the clearing and right where Travis had fallen. And then there was another discussion that had to take place about getting out of the truck and looking around. And again, it was a unanimous decision that everybody do it together. Rather than me or Ken getting out, everybody decided to go with us rather than stay in the truck alone.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all walking around out there, but we were all very close to each other, you know, shoulder to shoulder.
Sure.
6 men, you know, just as close together as they could get.
I understand.
And we had the one flashlight, but we walked up and down the ridge. We looked for everything. The only tracks we could find, which were barely visible in the pine needles intermittently, a heel mark in the edge of the road that I saw before we got out of the truck. And then, you could see the pine needles were disturbed there where Travis had fallen, where he had stood. But that was the only sign of him. There was nothing else there. And there were no footprints in the road leading out. But, you know, from what we saw of the way that this thing hit him and how he flew backwards and how he hit the ground, it was pretty unanimous feeling among us that he wouldn't have gotten up from where he lay, you know.
So he had to be taken.
Yeah. Well, everything put together. All this put together, it made that very strong. And by the time we left there to head back down the hill to notify the authorities, we felt that he was taken. I mean, it was a real strong feeling. We had no other explanation, and we know that he didn't walk out of there. We know that we didn't feel he was hurt in the first place. He looked dead when he hit the ground, and we were certain that he had been abducted.
All right, so you guys drove back to town, probably half in a state of shock the whole way, and reached this cafe gas station that they showed in the movie. Is that accurate?
Fairly. There wasn't a lot of people around, like in the movie. They added more people and whatnot into that. But what actually happened is that we stopped there. In fact, on the way into town, I wasn't the one that actually made the call. I guess they just chose to use my character throughout the movie there in certain places. They do things like that to simplify movies. I understand that. So.
And because you had been the crew chief, so
right.
in certain, they would imagine that you would act in. Who did call?
Well, a guy who they even changed his name in the movie. His real name is Ken Peterson. In the movie, they called him something else. I don't remember right now what it was.
Had you guys made a decision, all of you, that you would call? I mean, you knew.
No, that was the problem. I would have called normally, but I was against it. I didn't believe that we would be believed. I thought that we should report it as a person in our crew missing. Somebody got lost, and try to get somebody to help us search for him. In fact, I didn't even want to notify the authorities. I thought we ought to just get some people. I didn't have a deliberate plan in mind, or just
go up and find Travis.
Yeah, I just knew that we needed to look for him before the authorities were notified, because I just knew that they would not believe this, you know.
Yeah.
And And that was my feeling. So this was a discussion on the way back into town. And so by the time we got there, it was Ken Peterson that called, and the reason he called was because he was very firm. He was the guy in the movie that was, even though they changed his name, he was depicted as the choir boy, the steadfast...
the church-going fellow.
The church-going choir boy, right.
Yeah.
Never told a lie in his life, and that's a very accurate description of Ken Peterson. And he was very adamant about reporting this to the authorities. He wouldn't take any other thing for a way of doing it. I mean, he was firm on that entirely, and so he's the one that called. And he called... He didn't know who the authorities were, but the call that he made there in Heber connected him with the Chuck Ellison, who was a local deputy there, Navajo County deputy.
Right.
And he's the first one we talked to, and then after talking to him for a while, and I don't think that Chuck Ellison believed it at all, just like I suspected. But after a while, an hour later, after Chuck Ellison had notified the county seat, the actual sheriff, who was Sheriff Marlon Gillespie, came down with another man, an undersheriff, Ken Copeland, with him.
So there was nobody named Blake Davis?
No, that was a composite character.
Yeah, okay.
And
Lieutenant Frank Waters, also composite?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. All right.
See, there were a lot more law authorities altogether involved, and to get all those people and their real names in there, there was composite characters.
I've got you.
That was done several times in the movie, because the movie involved a lot more characters everywhere along, and they had to simplify that, I guess, is the only explanation I know of, but it makes sense that they would do that.
Well, there was one point there where, I guess just before the law arrived, you said, look, we're going to stick with our story, or somebody said we're going to stick with our story. Was there a general agreement to do that?
Well, it's funny. I think the movie was trying to play kind of a murder mystery type of thing to the audience. In reality, this stick to it is, let's not have contention among us here, even though we have differences of opinion of what we should do and what we should say to the authorities. It was like, Ken says, I'm gonna call them and I'm gonna tell them the whole truth here, and I hope you guys don't try to act differently, because this is what we need to do. We need to tell the complete whole truth about this thing and just let the chips fall where they may.
Well, you had to know one of the places those chips were going to fall was in the murder column. In other words, they were going to suspect this because of the nature of the story. There was no way not to.
At the time, I really didn't have that in mind. Because we did not know what happened to Travis exactly. We had our own feelings about it, but we certainly didn't know that he was going to be gone, or especially for as long as he was. There was no way I could foresee the future at that point, and I wasn't concerned at that point with the way it eventually turned out, the accusations of murder and everything. To me, it was just, we shouldn't tell them the whole thing right now because they're not going to believe it. I felt that they wouldn't even come and search for him if we told them about the UFO.
I know. I'm curious, Travis. I don't mean to leave you out, but this is the part where you're left out. Travis, when you hear all this now, about all that went on and what they thought and what they did, I know that after the whole thing, you felt, according to the movie, some resentment that Mike and company didn't stay there and try to get you, that they took off. When you hear all of this now from Mike and others, what goes through your mind? I mean, do you suddenly understand, or do you still feel any resentment?
Well, I felt less resentment than Mike might have believed for a while. I mean, back when this happened, Mike, every time he was interviewed, somebody would ask him, how could you go off and leave your friend like this, So they were really dumping this load of guilt on him, which really added to the sort of feelings that he was getting from my family, during the search and things.
Sure.
So it was kind of a blame situation that came about, and he kind of misread me as feeling that way. I don't really, I've always said, excuse me, that they did what they had to do.
Yeah.
That in a similar situation, I can't see that it would have made any sense for anyone to have done any different than they did.
Jumping out to the end of the movie for a second, or the story, was it a year and a half that you guys really didn't see or talk to each other? Was that accurate?
Yeah, But, there were some other things involved there, too, but that was a part of it.
Mm-hmm. Did you really get together, the two of you, at the end, as they showed, go back out to the area?
We've been out there a few times.
Few times.
It's something I try to avoid.
All right, back now, Mike, to you. So this went on. There was 5 days of pure hell. I mean, Travis was gone for 5 days. What happened? You talked to the police the first time, I guess. They arrived, and you started telling them this story.
Yeah, it was a very harrowing 5 days. Believe me, it was the worst 5 days of my life, and it didn't get much better the next several days after that. But the sheriff, although he's always held a line publicly that he's skeptical.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was the only one of the 3 police officers that we met with that night that gave us a glimmer of hope. He partly believed, at least his mind was open to the possibility that what we were saying altogether was true.
Well, here's a guy who probably knew you. It's a pretty small town there, and he knew your characters, so...
Well, in reality, he had actually had a sighting himself not too long before that, a few months or years before that. And I guess from what I've heard, this was what made him at least open-minded to the possibility. He never just totally believed it, but it left him open enough to where he could take what we were saying serious to an extent.
Sure.
And it made it possible for them to go out and conduct a real search.
Which they did. I guess the movie showed helicopters out.
Oh, yeah. It was...
dog teams, the whole thing.
4 days worth of searching altogether.
How many men were involved in that?
Oh, gosh, 50 to 100. I don't know how many. I'd just be taking guesses. I don't think anybody knows that actual figure, but it eventually involved aircraft and helicopters and dogs and... what's funny about the search, the one thing that I always bring up about it that the movie that never showed, is that this search was so thorough that these guys would come back from a jog out and around with their hands full of debris that they had found in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from pop tops to beer cans to old oil bottles, you name it. Old pieces of logging equipment, pieces of cable and whatnot. They literally slicked those woods up, and they'd come back and throw them in the back of the pickups, and they had piles of debris there that was gathered up. This is how thorough the search was. They were looking for every little speck or clue that they could find and managed to clean up the forest in the process. And I thought that was kind of funny. I always have since then thought that was kind of an interesting little part of the whole thing.
Well, it's interesting because they didn't find even a trace, did they?
Right. Not so much as a footprint.
Wow. So Travis was gone. In other words, he wasn't, there's no way we could imagine he was conked out, unconscious somewhere in the area. They'd have found him.
That's right. He would have been found. That's really the truth of it.
Well, all right. So they didn't find him. Were you up there during the entire time of the search?
Not every single hour of it, but almost.
All right. Meanwhile, back in town, at this point, how many people started thinking that you had, or the wild one, they called him, I think Alan Dallas,
right,
had dispatched Travis?
Well, there were people who thought that almost immediately. In fact, in the movie, they have Travis's brother called Dan.
Right.
This is another composite character. In reality, there were 2 brothers. One's name is Dwayne, and the other's name is Don. And Dan was a name in between, combined the 2 brothers together. In reality, one brother was very supportive because he believed this, because he had an experience himself a few years before that where he had seen something fairly close range in the woods while he was hunting. The other brother was totally the opposite. He was hot mad. He was certain that foul play was involved, that his brother had been murdered, and there were some confrontations between him and us, the crew.
Well, I'm sorry to say it, but I have sympathy with that. I mean, if somebody By the way, you two, I've seen a craft myself, so I have a lot of sympathy with the story you're telling. But if you came back with a story that, sorry, your brother's gone, may be dead, we saw him hit, he looked like he was dead, and it was aliens, you know, that story's not going to go down real easily.
Well, that's what I say. It's funny. The one brother took it that way. He believed that foul play was involved, while the other one, the one that knew me best, was completely supportive and believed everything that we said about it. So two brothers, full brothers, took it exactly opposite from each other.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that was kind of the whole mode of the town there. That summed up the entire reaction of the town. You had those that were almost completely supportive, and those that were just those who believed that we had murdered him, or the whole thing was a hoax or something. But it was very divided that way, almost down the middle. And that's what made for a real wild situation in the town there for several days. In fact, ever since, really.
Well, the fellow they called Alan Dallas, the bad apple or the bad seed or the drifter, was he as hot-headed as they depicted him to be in the movie?
Yeah.
He was?
Yeah.
So then there was some reason that, you know, particularly since, Travis, did you really have that altercation with him?
Well, we nearly come to blows.
Yeah.
You know, it'd been kind of a situation that cropped up with not just me, but some other guys on the crew. Mike actually got in a fist fight with him, and you know.
So then, if you're a cop, if you're a lieutenant or the sheriff or whoever, and you're getting told this story, you're going to figure this Alan Dallas character might have done in Travis.
Right. You know, of course, he had an attitude about police too, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Well, then that's exactly the way they showed it. All right. There was a town meeting, Mike, wasn't there?
I imagine there were several.
But so you didn't really walk in on a town meeting the way they
No,
showed it?
that was again, that's the condensation of a much bigger story. But I had confrontations with a number of groups of individuals in the town there during that time, and they just chose to do it that way in the movie, which summed it all up, really.
I'm sure you were thinking, Travis is never going to be found. I'm either going to be suspected of being or put on trial for murder or something like that.
Yeah, by the fourth day of the search, by the second day of the search, those accusations were beginning to arise, and by the end of the fourth day of the search,
they were hot and heavy.
It was full blown. Yeah.
All right, you two, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back.